playing what's true to character, what makes sense, and
I think I've always been of the mind that a sense of even in the most fantastical elements, a sense of realism of like this makes sense kind of thing is important for sort of suspension of disbelief, right?
yeah.
I think it was John Carpenter who once said that he makes movies in which everything is the same as it always is, except for you change one thing. Oh, you know who I think it was? It was George Romero who said this when they talked about his zombie movies. He said, the whole world is the same. It works exactly the same as it's supposed to, except for I change one thing. In his movies, when people die, they come back to life and they begin cannibalizing on living on living people. That's the only thing he changed. Everything else is the same. And so because of that, you know, everything, I mean, there's a certain verisimilitude that exists, you know, and it's easier to sort of suspend that
It's more real, relatable
Yeah.
and believable. Yeah, that makes sense.
But if you brought back zombies and you had reverse gravity, well, you know, then it's, you know, not as believable. Is that Andrew? Did I hear Andrew in the background?
I've been very quiet. I don't.
There he is. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad. Happy New Year, preliminary to you.
And likewise. And why am I showing aboard the gin and tonic and Dr. Milagrosa on roll 20?
What do you mean?
The link I followed for roll 20 is showing something
Really?
not look like Pathfinder.
Okay, hold on. Let me let me set up another link here. I'm gonna email you a new the fresh link. See if this.
Okay. I mean, unless Bashir is in outer space, and then that's totally.
No. Bashir is not in outer space.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Okay.
I know exactly where Master Bashir is.
Okay.
All right, I just emailed you a link. Click that one and see if that works. Or if you want, while you can sort of back out of, you should be able to sort of back out of it and just roll into roll20.net and then log in as you.
That's what I did.
Huh, okay, that's weird. Let me make sure I'm doing this right here. And it's
okay. Nope. The new link.
The new link worked?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. It looked pretty.
You should be looking at an Excel spreadsheet.
I am. I feel like I'm back at work.
Yep, exactly like that. No, we were just talking about. So I prepped up a couple of things for tonight. We're not going to have a huge crew, I don't think. So we might be able to accomplish a fair amount. And I just want to point out that several people are starting to push towards retirement. Beltran, especially, Phineas, you are within 25,000 of retirement. And
so can I take a mental retardation pill and just drop a level instead of retire? Because I don't know what I would do.
Well, so it goes back to the idea of B team. You try a new thing. Everybody wants to go on with it.
I'm having so much trouble keeping up with reading and rules and character creation, and now it's 2 games.
How about if Andrew plays Llama and Jennifer plays Phineas?
There we go.
And they start over at 4th level.
That's just the worst. Well, so all right. So as long as we're talking philosophically here, we could all start, when everybody hits retirement, we could all start from 1st level and do a new adventure path. I've got a couple of ideas. I got a lot of stuff waiting in the wings. B Team, I've very specifically sort of designed as a series of one-shots. So that people can, when they can't make it or, they pop in, they pop out. That nobody's required to show up, but we don't have to do that. I mean, we can do whatever you guys want.
All right, Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown. What did I walk into?
He was always accused of being wishy-washy.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I mean, just
I don't know. I just. And it's probably just me, because I don't have as much experience gaming as the rest of you, but it's sometimes hard to find the time and energy to go through all this stuff, read the rules, create a character, because it doesn't come as natural. And And I remember
Sure.
how much time I thought I put into just trying to create the one, and I feel like I'm still learning the game,
Right.
even though it's been over a year, and I should
No, I
probably
get
be
you.
using
But
templates
honestly,
by now.
Jennifer was saying literally the exact same thing with, in some cases, the exact same words that you just said moments ago. So, I mean, she was thinking the same thing as I quoted her at the start. So, I mean,
I don't
ultimately,
want to start afresh right now. I've got Traveler going on, and I'm trying to learn that.
trying to learn that. Yeah, that's a good point.
So if you want to drop me down a rank or not promote me to 8th, I am totally fine with that.
I don't know that we can do that.
Hey, you need to throw in, Les, you need to throw in a couple of wraiths or something.
And just like knock some people down so they don't have to retire.
Yeah, whatever it takes, man. Or
right, well,
lobotomy.
Well, ultimately, we can continue on playing B team in the way we always have, or we can look at. Ultimately, it's what you guys want to do, and if you guys feel like the series of one shots, while entertaining, is not what not the kind of campaign that you guys want, we can look at making some changes.
I tell you, this 5th edition that I'm running for my son-in-law and his group, they're really having a lot of fun with it, and.
Yeah.
But I wholeheartedly agree though, Andrew, about learning a new set and trying to get things ready to go, because for me, I've got Pathfinder and what we're doing here. Then I've got 3.5 that are Pathfinder a little bit with Bob
Right.
Garusa's campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then I'm learning 5th edition to run the game, and then a buddy of ours, Steve Schindler, I don't know if you know him or not. He's wanting to do Pathfinder 2nd edition, and I've just told him I'm not learning it. I'm not.
I'm not opposed to learning, but the time I have to learn, I'm exhausted from learning at work.
Oh, I know.
Yep. No, I get you. Everybody has.
So, however you want to make the rules, just don't let me get above level 8, no matter what I do. Stop assigning me points.
All right, well, we can do that too. If people want to stop. I mean, if people want to stop at 8th, and this is kind of what we talked about before with P6 and that kind of stuff, but we didn't like that. So
because honestly, I still haven't figured out what this new level 7 confers. I'm still playing like a 5th level because I don't know what the implications are.
We gotta. Well, you can't. Yeah, we gotta get you fixed up there, man. So.
Well, see, you have a life too.
Well, that's true, but
or at least that's the rumor. So
I'm always willing to set that aside.
So, but I'm still having fun, and that's key. If I'm having fun, I don't care.
There you go. Okay. No, and honestly, that's the ultimate aim for everybody.
So fine. Yeah. I mean, so that was the impetus for what's plausible. Is I don't know how many points I should have. What's plausible? Because the sheet is you put together, and that was when I was level 5.
Yeah, you probably have leveled up a couple. Yeah, you're 7th now.
Right.
And coming up on 8th.
So that's the whole what's plausible.
Okay. Well, so
Les, if you make your world 8th level, it's not like people can just stop progressing. I mean, that's probably more realistic anyway. I mean, the world doesn't have 20th and 25th level characters in general.
Well, that's true.
And everybody 8th level or 6th level or whatever. Maybe we should just pick a level and just stay there.
And just stay there? All right.
Yeah.
And if people want to switch, they can switch. And if they don't want to switch, they don't have to.
I'm comfortable with that.
I'm more interested in building my knowledge of the game than building a character. I mean, at this point, I feel comfortable with the character.
All right. Well, we can certainly work with that.
Okay.
All right. Cool. So I just want to start tonight with the experience points. Make sure everybody got their experience points. Andrew, you and I will talk later this week about getting Phineas leveled up appropriately. But in the meantime, everybody's got these numbers and everybody's okay?
Sure.
Yeah, looks good to me.
All right, cool. All right, so let's go back to Master Bashir's famous conference room, where you guys come back and you guys are leveling up, and you do get a couple of weeks of break. That last one was pretty tough, tough row, out in the field, that kind of stuff. And so you guys get a couple of weeks where you guys can do some things. If you want to scribe some scrolls or anything like that, you're gonna have a couple of weeks worth of downtime. But a couple of weeks later, you get the call again from Master Bashir. Come and join me. We need to talk about some stuff going on. I may have another mission for you. So again, you guys gather for the usual sort of dinner and feast, and you're eating and drinking and carrying on. And at some point, Master Bashir taps on his glass a little bit and is like, "Okay, let's talk." So what he will tell you is, and he will remind you, so you guys recall back to that one adventure where I sent you up in the mountains, and you ran into those guys from the Aspis Consortium. It's an economic group, it's multinational, and as you guys remember from back then, Master Bashir has run afoul of them on several occasions. Often they find themselves in competition for various things. As you know, Master Bashir is a collector of sorts, and especially of rarities or rare magic items. And he has several various kind of people out in the field. I think you'll remember the young woman who was doing research on the anti-magic zones in the land of Geb. And next, in that sort of no man's land, one of Master Bashir's field operatives. He has several, and as he explains to you, another one of his field operatives, a man named Wern, has been traveling undercover. And so he sort of smiles. He says, I actually infiltrated him into a group of Aspis Consortium explorers. He's been an undercover operative of mine, following their activities, especially down in the south. He reported to me a couple of weeks ago that they'd found something called the Drowning Stones. And from this place, they recovered what he referred to as a significant acquisition of rare and deeply disturbing set of demon-linked stones. Obviously, I'm interested in this. Certainly, you guys probably are aware of the fact that sometimes demon-linked stones or magic jars that are using stones can sometimes be used as power sources for magical energy or various kinds of other magical sort of research and activities. Hold on a second. Send this to Eric. Hold on just a sec. One moment. Sorry, Eric pinged me. He needs the logins.
I thought he wasn't playing tonight.
He's going to be late. Eric's coming in.
Oh, cool.
So there's that. All right, so basically he's concerned. He does not want the Aspis guys to get a hold of these demon stones, whatever they are. He has a couple of ideas. He's consulted his mages. He says, we have some suspicions about what these demon-linked stones might be, but if what we suspect is true, we certainly don't want them falling into the hands of the Aspis Consortium, especially their mage groups. Like I said, I've run afoul of them on several occasions, and I try to pull their beards from an economic and magical standpoint whenever I can. The last thing I heard from Wern was that he was down in the Mwangi Expanse, down in the jungle, and so I'm sending you there to go check it out and see what you can find. Link up with Wern, find and acquire the stones, extract Wern from this aspect, from the Aspis Consortium guys, and bring him and the stones back to me. I hate to blow his cover. He's been very valuable to me, but in this case, I think it's worth it. Sound like a plan?
Sure.
All right, so what he will say is like, I need you to leave in the next day or so. I'll be able to teleport you to a way station. After that, you walk. But if there's any equipment that you guys think that you may need as you go down into the Mwangi, by all means, just let us know and we will acquire it for you. So basically, he's saying any outdoor or mundane equipment that you guys need, he basically will say, we'll get it for you. So if you guys have some things that you want to get, ropes, tents, whatever, just go ahead and get those now.
But there's no way he can teleport our horses?
He can, but he's saying, look, you're talking about the Mwangi Expanse, you're talking about the deep jungle here. You're not going to be able to use them. I mean, you can take them if you want.
How are we going to haul tents and camping gear?
Refresh my memory. What happened to the centaurs?
They went home, and they went home with the promise that they would work with Master Bashir to acquire the magic items that their tribe was desperately trying to acquire. So they basically
if they'd ever like to go with us.
Well, I don't know. If somebody was on the verge of changing characters, for example, they might actually choose to be a centaur from that tribe. Which could be interesting. He could probably he's like, the horses that I've given you they're riding horses. They're essentially Arabian stallions. What he could do is provide you with mules, which might be better in the jungle. Yeah. But yeah, he could provide you with a couple of mules if you want to go that route.
And the point, anything, because we don't want to be encumbered and
right. But there are probably some equipment that you guys would need. That you might not necessarily be carrying around with you all the time. So he will provide a couple of casks of water that you can refill water skins from, obviously rations. Beyond that, if you want tents or ropes or anything like that, just let him know. But it needs to be needed on your sheet.
I'm going to add a couple things, Les, because I was pretty barren. I didn't have like rope or any basic couple candles, maybe. Yeah, I guess I got a dark side. I don't need that.
How do all of you keep track? Do you use a spreadsheet or?
Well, yeah. I mean, in your character sheet, there should be. Well, yeah. We need to get you a decent character sheet. So there's a couple of things.
Because I've got the PDF that you sent me, and I just scribble notes on that.
Well, that works certainly. So if you want to write down stuff on there that you need, that will work. But yeah. So later this week, Andrew, you and I are going to talk because we're going to.
Yeah, I need to know how to keep track of inventory and things that we pick up because it's just always scribbled notes with a date next to it.
The only sheet. I think it's amazing. Les hates it. Mike uses it. A lot of us use it.
If Les hates it, I'm sold. What is it?
I mean, it's a lot like what were you here when Les was showing the what was it called? Hero Forge?
No.
Hero Lab.
Hero Lab.
No.
Okay, so I use Hero Lab to make my characters.
Sheet, Andrew. It's a fill in the blank sheet. You just put all the information in it, and if you apply a feat or you apply a special whatever, it changes all your stats accordingly. And then when you take it off, all your stats go back to normal. So you don't have to remember whether you're getting your +1s or your whatevers.
Oh.
You can put all your stuff on it, your spells, the 1 or 2 arcane items that we get from Les every year. You can put those on there.
There's a copy of the latest version, Andrew, on Les's where he puts all his stuff. I always put a copy.
I know where he puts all his stuff. I sat across from him for several years.
He did.
In Dropbox.
Yeah, you got access to the Dropbox, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you basically just told us that we could gear up for an outdoor adventure. I'm sorry, I was making a drink and popcorn.
Yes.
That's important.
Yeah, if there are things, but I need you to put it on your sheets so that we don't have any questions.
We're going into a jungle?
You're going into a jungle. Now you're getting teleported to what Master Bashir calls a way station that he has access to, has got an arrangement with the way station guys, basically that he funds, and he can teleport you there. But after that, you got to walk. There are guys there that you can ask about though.
Mosquito netting, DEET, citronella torches.
A K-bar knife to clear the path. I can put that on there.
If you need a machete, machetes are available. You can use a dagger to clear the path. So, sure.
Well, how do we put this on a sheet for you?
Well, just write it down for right now, just so that you have it.
On a piece of paper.
John Heil will summon his Eidolon and.
So anything I want, I
say
just
we don't need
write
that.
on this piece of paper?
Yeah. Well, anything mundane. You can't put like magic items and stuff down.
So you got me covered, bro. You can come up with anything you need.
Okay, so mosquito netting, DEET.
DEET?
I don't think they have feet, dear.
Citronella.
Rations and water sufficient for a couple of weeks, he will automatically provide. So you guys will have food and water. And
well, I will remind the party that I can create pure water.
Nice.
That is handy.
But you can create pure ale.
Useful.
I haven't learned that spell yet, but
You're,
gods will smile upon me.
You got to switch to Caden Kalian. That's probably one of his like the first spells of them, just like create ale.
Ooh.
However, I am bringing along a gallon of ale for the transport and my ale mug, which is in my backpack.
I put extra socks on my list because, jungle rat and all that, right?
Is there a currency of the realm we should ask for?
In Mwangi? It's a deep jungle, so I mean it's not like you're on a trading mission.
No, but there may be people there that deal in a certain currency that we should have so that we can buy.
They don't have a lot of coin. I mean, from that standpoint, I don't know that you would have some place where a lot of coins. Maybe some like trade goods or something like that, mirrors and things like that. I guess maybe might work.
Then, yeah,
the natives of Mwangi think Native Americans. I don't think Eric's going to be able to make it. He just sent me an email, family stuff. I might not be able to make it after all. Sorry. He's wished everybody a happy New Year too. So I'm gonna delete all his experience points.
He deserves it.
By way of punishment. Okay. But yeah, I mean, something like that might work. I mean, if there was, like mirrors or knives, or something like that.
Things that we can trade if we need incidentals.
Jewelry.
Liquor, company, candles.
I put a bunch of ridiculous stuff on my list. It won't be the stuff I need, but it's there.
Okay.
John Howe's got any tool. Anytime we need something, he can basically make it into any kind of mundane tool that we need.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
Keep that in mind if we need it.
That's pretty cool.
Good little magic item. Rarely use it, but.
Well, I have a stack of holding that,
I have a small steel mirror and a regular mirror. I'm not really sure where this other mirror came from.
Vanity, just pure vanity.
Yeah.
All right, hold on a sec.
Periodically, we all just stop and hold it for you and give you a moment, kind of turn our backs.
Just a campaign where we had the Medusa less? Is that where those came from?
The mirrors? You guys, you did fight a Medusa.
Yeah.
That's where those are from.
Okay. Well, now I have two of them.
Ray. All right, hold on a sec.
Let's go. Let's rock.
Hey, did anybody do we have time, or when we come back? I never got an email on since the adventure was complete, what was in the party treasury, or was there any rewards? I mean, because
for the didn't we deal with that last week?
You might have, but I wasn't here.
Oh, okay. Do you guys remember? I'd have to look at my notes.
I wasn't here either.
Okay.
And,
yeah, I'm sure
the reason I'm asking is that
first
if we
of all, you got to keep the $5,000 that Bashir sent along to pay for the stuff. Remember, part of the deal was whatever you guys didn't spend on acquiring the magic items,
Put it on your list?
you got to keep. And since the Baron Burtzi essentially just gave them to you for retrieving them from the Jester, you get to keep the whole $5,000.
All on there.
The ball?
It looks like I put stuff on there.
I don't see $5,000. Put my $5,000.
Well, it's split between a number of people. I think 835 GP less. That's what the last thing I've noted. Is that what we split?
Let me do some quick math here.
This is from last game.
Yeah.
I had 800 credit notes a piece and 400 gold pieces and gems. And then we each got I got a sonic power sphere, and so everybody got a sphere.
Oh, that's right, the spheres.
And I don't know I don't even know anything about the spheres.
Aren't the spheres one use? Single use?
Yeah, one shot.
Yeah. They're like the Tide laundry pods that everyone was eating.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious. But yeah, they're single shot energy damage. All right, so you get all the stuff together. A couple of hardy mules are brought in, and everything is. You go back down into the dungeon of Master Bashir's manor house, where that guy, his court wizard, court necromancer, really works. He takes you into a room that you've seen before, the large room with the magic circles on the floor, because you've teleported to other areas as well from here. And so they get there all prepared. And he's like, look, I'm going to have to teleport you guys in segments because I can't do everybody at once along with the gear and the thing. So it takes a couple of times. But over the next course of the next 5 minutes, you guys are all, you all get into the teleporter, and you guys are teleported. The first thing that you guys feel when you get there is oppressive heat. Now, Opara is not what you would call in a northern climate. All right, it's pretty warm there, and a little bit grasslandy. Think Middle Africa, sort of Nigeria, parts of Kenya. That's Kadira. Here in Mwangi, the first thing is an oppressive heat, 90 plus degrees, 90 plus humidity. For those of you who are used to a cooler climate, sweat starts trickling out of your pores. Lama, obviously you're from the north, so it's a sweaty place.
I take off all my breastplates and top clothing.
Just take off everything?
Everything. I'm naked. I want you to apply a -2 for distraction against any foe we might find while I get my breastplate back on.
You got a 7.
1 second. Yeah, they're disconcerted by it. Once you get there, I mean, you're not very
They're real and they're magnificent.
That's right. My 7 charisma is all about my face.
It's basically the air is hot and sticky. It smells of soil and mildew and underneath a little bit of rot. But in about 40 feet away, you do see a large, oversized tent. As you guys start, and the rain begins to fall, this sort of torrent of rain that begins just a few moments after you arrive begins to slam into the canvas of the tent. There's buckets scattered around on the outside of the tent that water drops into, and on the inside, and there are additional canvases that look to be covering shipping crates and other supplies. But the rain is obviously coming through a lot of that tent. The dirt floor is a muddy soup. and there is a man perched on a crate, cloaked in an oil skin to keep him dry. He sees you guys and waves and sort of gestures over, and you can hear him saying something. The rain is coming down so hard right now that you can't really hear what he was saying. It's barely audible. But he's like, he's waving you over to the tent.
Go.
Yeah, let's go. What the hell? I've got to start somewhere.
Okay. All right, so you guys are over there, and the rain is just. I'm sorry.
Would be there, yeah.
Is there? Okay, never mind. I thought there was a map. Maybe we were missing a map.
No, not yet, not yet. So the guy introduces himself. He says, "I'm Dirch. I'm the way station manager. There are other guys. There's a couple of other dudes kind of sitting around. One is sleeping, sort of nestled up on a little patch of high ground on the ground. The other one is sort of leaned back against some on top of some guards. There's a fair amount of water. He laughs. He's like, sorry about the rain. This happens about this time every afternoon. We get this deluge. It'll stop in about 10 minutes or so. But it's you guys gave it just right at the wrong time. Sorry about that. How was the trip? Everything okay? You guys got everything? Are those mules going to be okay outside? You're all good there, right?
I asked him, who did you piss off to get this job?
You don't even want to know how I got this job. Just let me tell you though, I don't mind it because the pay is real good. So I do this for another couple of years, man this way station, take care of business. I come back home, I'm gonna be rolling in it. So don't you worry about me, big man. So where are you guys headed?
Business, who would we go talk to in town that does business?
Town? You're looking at it. This is town. There's no towns here. We're out in the middle of nowhere, man. Now, what you've got is you've got a river, and you've got upriver and downriver, and that's about it. Now, if you want to get to the nearest city, you're talking about a 4-day march downriver, and that's by river. If you actually have to march it, then it'll take you a week or more. You don't want to, believe me. You're not here to go to town. You guys, I had a couple of messages come through earlier in the day. You guys are supposed to be looking for Wern, right? You're looking for Wern, the Aspis guys?
Yep.
Like that.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know where they are. They came through here about 4 days ago, and they're headed upriver into Rumawa territory. And last message that I got from Wern was that they'd made camp just upstream of Rumawa. So if we're talking about the Rumawa territory, so the Rumawa tribe, they run the jungle north of the river, starting about 20 miles upriver from here. And going to about 30 to 35 miles on here. So they own that patch of land that goes from there to about, you're talking about 200, 250 square miles that these guys run.
Are they friendly people?
Well, it depends on who you ask, frankly. They know me. I've traded with them a little bit. Some of that stuff there, and he points at the crates. Some of that stuff there is designated to go for them. They're not really big on strangers. So, they like to keep to themselves. I've been here for a while, so they know me. Every once in a while, they'll send a couple of outriggers downriver. I trade them some of the stuff that I get from Opara. They give me some pelts and skins and things like that, which I transship back. I see these guys maybe once every 6 to 8 weeks max. Usually, I don't see them, and 9 times out of 10, nobody ever sees them. But if you go into their territory, and this river borders their territory, you'll see them because they will make a point of meeting you. Now, don't get me wrong; they're good people. They just keep to themselves, and they don't like trespassers. They don't like people wandering around in there. I get the impression from these guys that they've had a couple of run-ins with a couple of sets of Northerners, and they're a little sick of it. So they do not suffer fools gladly. So just be careful. So are you headed that way? I've got a couple of things that I can give you. And he goes and points. He goes, first of all, you're not going to want to walk it. It's 24 miles. the last place that I got a message from Weirin, he said he was about 24 miles upstream, south side of the river, just across from the Rumawa territory. So you're gonna want. I got a couple of canoes that I can give you that'll get you upriver a lot faster than if you guys have to walk it. Now, if you guys want to go through the streams, if you guys want to walk through the jungle, your call. But I can give you a couple of canoes that'll get you there faster. The only problem is you can't take the mules; they're too small. They won't. They'll swamp them.
Ernie, guides?
Cost.
Guides? Well, look, between you and me, the best guide in that territory would probably be me. I can't leave the station. These two guys, you don't want with you. They don't know what they're doing, and they're already on the Rumawa. That one there, and he points to the sleepy one. He's already on a Rumawa ship list. I have to hide him every time the tribesmen come down here to trade because they want to kill him. So I can't send you with him. I can't send him with you. This other guy, between you and me, I don't know that his loyalty is 100% on, from the point of view of our friend in Opara. So, I got to keep an eye on him. I don't know that
trade goods from you and bring some trade goods into this territory
to take to the Rumawa. Yeah, sure. I got plenty. He points to a couple of crates because I got. Let's see what they like. They love preserved elven food, so we got some lembas bread over there. You can take that with them. That's perfect. They love that. I got a case. I got a case of raw red wine that they can't make. They don't grow grapes here. Wine is always good. You can take that with you. What else I got? Just looking around. Oh, scissors. They love scissors. I got 4 pairs of good, heavy-duty brass shears you can take with you. They'll love you forever.
Will you take care of our mules?
That I can guarantee you. Those mules will be safe as kittens while you guys are gone. Now, I will tell you that if you don't come back for a couple of weeks, those mules become my mules. Because if you're not coming back in a couple of weeks, you're probably not coming back at all.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. That's what I'll wait. Sound good?
And so how I will talk to the party and says, if we do the canoes, I can summon a water elemental to pull us rapidly upriver.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, 24 miles is not that far in a canoe. Assuming, are we going against the current or with?
So upriver, yeah, you're going east, so it is against the current.
Okay, so yeah, it'd be good to have.
The river flows westward towards the sea.
The water elemental will probably do it in 24 hours. So.
Probably less than that. I mean, you can do a 24-mile canoe trip.
We did it in 12 hours downriver with 94 portages.
Yeah,
so I'll put them a coin for taking care of the mules.
Okay.
Yeah, what does he need for the trade goods and the canoes and all that?
Just if they trade you anything, just bring it back to whatever they trade you for. Bring it back to me, and we'll sort it out when you get back.
I'll keep working on John Heil to just tie up the guy they want and put him in the canoe too for trade.
much as I'd like to do that, I don't know that I can keep him up. He doesn't.
I'm not that kind of negotiator.
Honestly, I need him here for a set of hands. Is the only thing. As you can imagine, it's hard for me to get people out here that want to work this way station for any extended period of time.
I can't imagine why.
All right. So if you're going to take the canoes, here's the deal: follow the river, about 24 miles. You're going to want to look. You're going to want to look for. There's a couple of things, but the one place you're going to want to look for, and the place that the last I heard from Wern is they had just gotten past what we call a river bend, which there's a big turn in the river. It goes from this river goes due east for miles, practically due east. But there comes a point where it turns directly south. At that point, that was the last time that I heard from Weir, and he said they were moving on to some site that was just a couple more miles upriver from there. But that bend is where you're in Rumawa territory. So if you're going to run into him, you'll run into him there.
I'm going to ask Phineas, you know any Romara folk tunes?
Sure, of course. Do I need to do a knowledge check? Otherwise, yes. Hell yes.
He should be able to do a knowledge check for that, shouldn't he?
Sure. Yeah, but, I mean, I'm sure you've studied the lure of the Mwangi, the lure of the jungle.
She's tired.
Is that a smooba-doop?
Yeah.
Hi, Sweet Pea.
Hey.
She's cranky.
Hi, Sweet Pea. Oh, she is sleepy.
Hey, baby.
Say hi. Here's Morgan. Here's
Hey,
Mom.
Morgan.
Say hi.
Hi, Morgan.
How you doing?
Hey.
Hi, good.
When are you gonna start? Hey, Morgan, when are you gonna start gaming with us again?
I can do that.
All right.
Maybe.
Your parents know the drill. Just let me know.
All right, I will. Harry Potter wand. What?
I haven't seen that for your daughter.
You got a wand?
We got a wand of chocolate from Harry. You can have a
Wow,
Oh,
wand
she
of
really- she really
chocolate.
likes
Oh, I could use one of those.
Yeah, really.
Back.
Bring that tomorrow.
nice bedtime after a little popcorn.
All right.
You guys
All right.
got her?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So basically, the guy says, "Look, I don't have any maps or anything, and frankly, any papyrus map around here would be rotten in a day or two. But look for the river bend that turns to the south. That way, you'll know you're in Rumawa territory. And at that point, when the river starts going south,
Yeah.
you're probably going to want to. You probably if you. So Weirin said that he was going to a place that was about 4 miles, that they were going to camp out about 4 miles farther downriver than that, but it was off of the river. They were getting off the river there. So and we're talking. So I don't know if you guys are any good at tracking or anything like that, but you might be able to track their footsteps. He was with, I want to say, about six guys. All consortium dudes. So, and they stopped here, loaded up, and headed out. That was 4 days ago.
Survival is tracking skill.
Yeah.
Survival is tracking, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'll try. Can I try?
Well, we got to get there
Oh,
first.
I thought we were there. I'm sorry. Granddaughter. Distracted.
You having some popcorn?
Did you
Is
say?
it yummy?
Is it buttered?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, has anyone
same
seen the new Star Wars movie yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have.
How was it?
It's good.
I didn't like it as good as the last two, but I thought it was good. I mean, it was okay.
I'd give it an 8.
It answered a lot of
Validate.
questions, I think.
I am like 3 Star Wars movies behind. It's like Doctor Who's. I'm like 8 Doctor Who's behind.
Oh, is anybody watching Witcher?
No, but it's bookmarked.
It's supposed to be good.
Gordon says it's too clean. He won't watch it. I binged the whole thing this weekend. I was just curious. You'll have to let me know, Andrew, after you watch it, what you thought.
All right. I just kind of have to be in the mood, but it looked interesting, so it'll be.
I love the books. Books are awesome.
Witcher?
I haven't read the books.
Yeah,
I
they're
gotta
great.
pick those up.
You know what
They're
book?
just simple
do you know-
fantasy, kind of like Conan, but they're good.
Are they? Okay.
Do you know, have they written a book for Ad Astra? The movie Ad Astra?
No.
Was that any good? Did anybody watch that?
I
never
watched
even heard
it.
of it.
I
good?
watched it, and it was long and relatively slow moving. However, there were a number of things that happened. It's like, gee whiz, reading the book would probably answer a lot of my questions. But anyway,
I haven't even heard of it.
Nowadays, it's the latest Brad Pitt.
I heard
Brad Pitt thing, yeah.
Huh, okay.
Maybe
I have
that's
to check that out. I haven't even.
what
Most
it
movies suck, so I don't even follow them anymore. Although we did watch for the first time Zodiac, the movie that came out several years ago with Robert Downey Jr. and Jake Gyllenhaal, and
Yeah,
it was
good.
it is a great movie. I love those caper movies, man. Those mystery movies, love that stuff.
Okay.
Anyway, he's like, he sort of like kicks those other dudes away. He's like, hey, we got visitors. Help those guys load the canoes. They're taking the canoes. And they're like, well, so they get to work, and they take the trade goods, a case of wine, the scissors and stuff like that, put them in the canoes. They also start getting your gear off of the mules. You can get all of the gear off the mules, although you're like, do we need the water? We should probably leave it, that kind of thing. But you can just about get all of it in there. Certainly all your personal gear and most of the other equipment that you've got. He's like, whatever you leave, I'll take care of it. You got 2 weeks before I hear you, unless I see you floating down river first.
So we
Sound
only have
good?
4 people right now. I mean, do we even need? Well, I guess
Two canoes, right?
Eric's coming too, so we got 5. 5.
Who's coming too?
Eric?
No, he's not. He's not going to make it.
Oh,
We should have. You're going to need one canoe.
Oh yeah,
just
no.
for
Eric.
gear.
Eric said emailed me. He said he's got family stuff going on. He can't make it.
Okay, so it's just us. So how big are these canoes?
They're 2-person canoes plus gear, so you'll need 2 canoes.
At least. I mean, we packed heavy. So.
Really?
You can fit it. Two people plus gear, you can get in there.
Yeah,
Right.
you make water, and he's got a tool kit. It's a triple thing.
I figure like a day to get in, Les, a day to get into the land, because they're like 4 or 5 miles in. You said.
Well, so the Rumawa territory is 24 miles upriver from the way station, and then the last what Dirch will tell you is the last message he got from him for Master Bashir was saying they had just come out of Rumawa territory and they were going south and they were disembarking their own raft. They took rafts. They were disembarking from their rafts and they were going overland another 4 miles from where the bend was. So basically what he's saying is like they made it to the bend is what I heard, and then they disembarked there 4 miles overland, and after that I haven't heard from the guy. And that was like 5 days ago.
And we have no survival skills, so we're probably going to end up lost in the jungle, and we might have to make new characters anyway.
I've got knowledge local. That might help.
Nobody has survival? I thought.
Mama's got 5.
No, I'm
well, that's fine. Come on, tracking in the jungle. How tough could it be?
Have you ever been in a jungle, Les?
No, I have never been in a jungle. Unless Maui is a jungle. I guess not really. That's not a jungle. It's not like the Amazon. All right. So, anything else you want to ask this guy before you take off?
Maps, local info, any tips?
He doesn't have any maps, but he's like, look, there's only one river. So you follow it upstream. You can't miss the bend. The river turns. Basically, there's a 90-degree turn to the south. That's Rumawa territory. That's how you know. I mean, it's not like they post signs and say you are now entering Rumawa territory. You know, keep your trap shut. You know, that's where they're from. I mean, you could run into them. They do. Now he goes, I will tell you, they do watch the river because they know that when interlopers and outsiders come through their territory, that's how they get there. So, you know, keep your eyes open. You could slip past them. You don't know. I wouldn't put it past you, though. Put it past them, though. These guys are pretty vigilant dudes.
What language do they speak?
Well, they speak a little bit of Common, a little bit. I mean, I speak a little bit of Mwangi. So, you know, we get by. You don't speak Mwangi or anything, do you?
I understand it, but I don't speak it.
Okay, that's 10 times better than I expected. So, so at the very
knives,
least,
right?
Huh?
They hold knives, right, and weapons. The Mwangi, they hold knives and weapons.
Sure.
So then I can speak.
Well, we all understand that.
Everyone understands scimitar, just like everyone understands MasterCard. All right, so he was like, look, don't get me wrong, they're good people. They're just a little xenophobic, and they don't like outsiders. And if they don't know you, they're, you know, I mean, you know, I wouldn't put it past them to yeah. I mean, you could get a surprise. Just be careful once you start approaching that bend.
All right.
Anything else I can tell you?
Nope.
What's the news in the woods? Any
It rains every afternoon like this, and you know, frankly, honestly, the last 3 weeks I've got more action here than I've gotten the last 3 months. We're sort of a fairly out of the way station. I work, you know, and he kind of like sort of moves away from the other 2 dudes. He goes, look, I do a lot of work for Master Bashir because he's got a lot of, he's been sort of supplying me with the trade goods, and I've been taking care of like the skins and pelts that come out of the jungle. Sometimes other things come out of the jungle, you know, raw honeycomb, ambergris, sometimes raw gemstones. It's a profitable relationship, so I'm a go-between here. But it's not like, I mean, he just sort of like puts around. He's just like one big tent, a couple of little tents. That's the way station. He goes, hey, we're a little rough and ready out here. He goes, if it weren't for Bashir's teleport circle, frankly, the luxuries of home would be unknown here, and I'd be living off piranhas out of the river. Thankfully, I don't have to. But I'm basically I'm the doorway through which the products of the Mwangi Expanse get to Master Bashir and get to Kadira so that he can resell them. It's a profitable relationship. He's making it worth my while. I get a couple more years down here, I'm going to be able to retire. But yeah, as far as a lot of action, no, we don't have a lot of that. we don't get that here. I've had, like I said, when these Aspis guys came through about week and a half ago, I hadn't seen people before that except for these two dips for probably a month and a half. Was the last time we saw a living, breathing human outside of, and that was Rumawa guys that came down to do some trading. That was 6-7 weeks ago. So the fact that I've had two groups in a week and a half, it's like a festival now. It's like fair week.
Humans?
Oh yeah. Now, I will say the Rumawa, they're all humans, but they do have alliances with some of the jungle elves, and they also have a sort of a cautionary alliance with some of the lizard men that live in the swampy areas up of the delta. Now, that's not where you guys are going to be going, so the likelihood of you running into some of these lizard guys are pretty low. But they do have some decent relationships. I'm sorry?
I said that means we'll be running into lizard guys.
If we get lost, then we'll.
Yeah, it's unlikely. You stay in the river, you'll be okay.
Well, let's get paddling.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's keep paddling.
Llama puts her clothes back on.
Let's try out these water elementals. That sounds like fun.
All right. So you are going to summon a water elemental?
Yes, I am. At least, a couple of them.
I can do that too.
I mean, I'll at one at a time, but yeah.
All right. Can you guys see down here?
All right, I'm gonna go to roll 20 here.
So you can see. You guys see your guys?
Oh,
Yeah.
Am I exquisitely drawn map?
Yes, it is exquisite.
All right, so you guys can see underneath. So here's Llama. You can see underneath there's the canoes. You assume that your gear is also in the bottom of these canoes. So on one canoe you have Phineas and Llama. The other canoe is John Heil and Snapper. And you guys are basically moving around. So what will these elementals do?
Well, the idea is hopefully there is either I mean I've got a grappling hook. I don't know if anybody else does, but if we do have two grappling hooks, we can.
We all asked for those mundane items from Master Bashir. Everyone has a grappling hook.
Kyle can mix whatever he wants. So yeah, we have two grappling hooks.
Okay, the idea is then we will hook the grappling hooks to both canoes in the front, and make a hook or a rope, like a pull, not a
Bridle, a yoke.
Bridle, yes, there you go. Mm-hmm. And so then the water elemental can go right in here. Okay. And pulling both canoes up water at a rapid speed.
All right. So how fast can water elementals move?
Well, I would tell them to make sure that we are, secured, and because the water elemental will be at our service for a little over a minute.
Oh.
And so.
Okay, that's not a long time.
No, that's why we're going to try to make as much distance as possible. So he would probably be able to get us maybe a half mile or so.
Okay.
Kyle can actually do 5 minutes on a summon elemental because he's got specialties.
Oh, that's right. He's a summoner. That's right.
So that would be 30 miles. That would be.
So let me hold on. We're gonna go ahead and do the math. So water elemental can swim 90 feet. So that's 90 feet every 6 seconds. Boy, you guys are going on a Mississippi boat ride, no question.
No kidding.
All right. So
at least I was figuring a little over it's only 70 seconds.
900 feet a minute times 5 minutes equals 4,500 feet. So that's about 7/8 of a mile.
Right.
In a minute.
So in 5 minutes.
So we're in 5 minutes. So we're like traveling 20 miles an hour.
That's right. On
water. On water. In canoes. In heavily loaded canoes.
That's a clip.
Yeah, you guys will be rocking.
8 times a day.
So if that's 20 miles, so we're there in an hour.
8 times a day. All right, hold on. That changes things.
Yeah.
All right, so 900 feet a minute
Yeah.
times 5 times 8 is 40. That's 36,000 feet divided by 5,280 equals, that's 7 miles. So it can get you, so if you expend all of those spells in 40 minutes, that'll get you 7 miles upriver. Then you're paddling.
That's upriver. That's great. It just, man, that is moving.
Some of that in case we run into a problem and need to move quickly. Just saying, as the stupid barbarian in the back of the canoe. I mean, that's a pretty nifty little trick there.
Yeah, when we're starting out fresh, we can paddle for a while, I guess. I don't know, how fast can we move less going upstream? Paddle.
So the canoes, you're going upstream, it's not super fast. Probably, so according to this, travel is slow. On average, you get 8 miles per 8 hours, so 1 mile an hour.
That's about right.
Of canoe travel. So about 1 mile an hour.
Yeah. That's current river, Merrimack River speed. Yep. Especially if you have to paddle through rapids. Yeah, that's accurate.
So that would be 24 hours to get 24 miles upriver.
And that's moving constantly. If you don't move constantly, so say he does the first day, you get 7-8 miles upriver through the use of elementals. That's in an hour. And then you paddle for another 8 hours. You can get 2/3 of the way there. 2 days. Yeah, 2 days to the curve.
How is the river swollen? Is the river moving?
It's moving down, so it's moving against you. So
I know, but how fast is it moving?
It's sluggish. It's a sluggish jungle river. I mean, it's not going to.
Paddled up river before. It is back-breaking work.
Yeah, you guys aren't going to have to dig too hard, but yeah, it is. It isn't going to be fast.
Is it 20 feet across, Les?
Yeah,
or 40?
20 feet across. These are 5s.
Okay, let's do it. Let's go. Paddle and use water elementals at the end of the day.
All right, so you guys take off. I think you probably get a couple of miles away from the way station before you enact the elementals, but I'm sure that at some point you will enact them. The forest quickly darkens into leaves and shadows. It's dark out here, even if it's high noon. The canopy is so thick that it blocks out a lot of the light, and so it has this dim sort of mirkwood feel to it. There's a lot of tall trees that stretch really high, but it also that only helps to sort of shade everything. The ground, you can see there, it's full of thick green shrubs, mosses, a lot of lush vegetation right up against the river, which in large part obscures the banks. There's not a lot of like portage areas where you would pull off. There's a lot of like vegetation blocking the banks. The water is slow coming towards you. It's also dark and murky. There's a lot of particulates in the water, dark soil particulates in the water that are cloudy. I mean, it's not clear water. It's muddy, and and it's probably because of all the rain that comes here. As you are traveling a little ways, about half a day progresses, 3/4 of a day, you guys are starting to think about, you know, how you're going to camp for the night, that kind of thing. And you do, everyone give me a perception check. 20 for the Dougster.
What's your roll? 27 is Heil.
4.
13 is mine.
That's what you do.
And what about you, Andrew? 24. Okay, so Andrew, you and John see it. You're both in different boats, so you sort of see it at the same time. Off on the left-hand side of the river, on a tall sort of like pole of some sort, maybe bamboo, maybe some other wood, some other articulated wood. On top of it, you can see what looks to be a crocodile skull, sort of like plunked on top of there, sort of almost like as a symbol, or a sign of some kind. But yeah, it's just a crocodile skull, and you can see that it has like some like tropical, like a garland of like tropical flowers, sort of like around the head of it, so it's like dangling down a little bit. But it's pretty. I mean, the rest, Snapper, you and Lamb are sort of digging, trying to. Yeah, I mean, so you guys don't see it because you guys are like punching through the water. But Heil, you and Phineas see this thing off to the left. It's very definitely something that was put there. This is not a natural sort.
Rama's going to go, intimidating. And
So what you're saying is that we're working harder than they are.
Mm-hmm. Basically, Phineas has his paddle sort of in the back, and he's like steering with it, you know, not really paddling. John Heil, you're not sure where his paddle is. He doesn't have it in his hands, and it doesn't seem to be in the boat.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that he lost it several miles
This
back.
is real life when we go canoeing.
So Phineas, I think
Don't I know it?
if you can give us a little ride of the Valkyries, I'm going to summon a water elemental, and we're going to shoot past.
I'm sure do a little what?
Little ride of the Valkyries.
Sure, I can do that. And I also have my magic 8-ball ring, and I cannot find in my notes. I had a statue of a bird that you could bring to life and do.
You do absolutely have your 8-ball ring. If you want to ask it a question.
I'm happy to start singing, and I'm also happy to use my knowledge history, or a local rather.
An elemental us just to kind of move fast through this area in case somebody's watching.
Easily intimidated. And I splashed John Heil.
All right, well, I'll just start playing Flight of the Valkyries. That's a good tone.
You hear Phineas in the background with his lute.
And I'm assuming this is inspired competence, not courage. Where's my surfboard? I love that.
Mama, put your back into it.
Rumawa don't surf. All right, so you guys are heading northward. So is this so? Heil, I was just saying this is where you enact one of the elementals, so you can like blow past this sign.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that really a spectacle if anybody is watching, so they can be impressed?
All right, so the creature like rises up out of the water, and he's sort of these two water Apocalypse Now, yeah. These two watery hands reach out and grab the fronts of the canoes, and you see it just sort of like burrow down, and all of a sudden you see Snapper just go wow, and Phineas just drops his loot in the thing because it starts out so fast, and no, I'm just kidding. You guys move very quickly upriver and well past the thing, but you did see that. You're not sure what it meant. You continue onward, and you don't see any more signs. And pretty soon it begins to get dark, and you're thinking about it's time to stop for the night. Is there any? You do see several places where the vegetation is a little bit less dense. You can sort of pull your canoes off, pull them up on the shore, and stop. Maybe even make a fire, that kind of thing. Whatever you want to do. So is that what you guys want to do?
Yeah, at some point when we need to rest, let's do it.
I like the corner. Let's do the corner so we can see both directions.
It's still far away.
Yeah, this is the corner that we're going for.
Oh,
So we're still way down here.
okay. So show us where halfway would be, because I guess that's.
Well, I mean, what you drew us is like a long way, right?
Yeah, it's really far.
Yeah, this is going to be wherever we encounter the thing, so it's a ways away. So we'll just find a safe place for us to. I mean, as relatively safe as we can figure out, anyway.
Build a smokeless fire.
Somewhere that doesn't have dead crocodile skulls laying around.
Gotcha. Yeah, you do manage to find a place and that kind of stuff. So how do you guys set up? I mean, you guys are still probably 12 hours away from of travel time away from the bend in the road. I mean, do you set up anything?
No, Llama's probably going to lean against a tree and keep our eyes out on the river.
Okay.
Not drinking tonight.
Gotta find somewhere to get out of the rain whenever it rains. Was it rain like 2, 3 o'clock?
Yeah, about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You guys actually left after that, so it's actually quite clear now. Although you can't really tell because the jungle canopy sort of blocks out your ability to see the sky. It doesn't rain that night.
I'd like to do a knowledge local check and just say this environment's familiar to me. I think I've got some ideas on what we should expect.
Okay, go for it.
All right. So 25. I don't know why it's showing 2 rolls.
I don't know why you're on here.
Because
that was your perception check. So 25. Yeah. So basically, what you're worried about is a couple of things. One, crocs is probably the biggest one. There's crocodiles in this river. You know there's crocodiles. You've probably seen signs that there's crocodiles here. Crocodiles in nighttime are not afraid to come out on shore after prey, especially if they think that prey is particularly juicy. Beyond that, there's always the danger of insects. Your recollection of your studies of the Mwangi Expanse says you're reminded that there are a particularly vicious breed of large centipedes that live down here, probably 1 foot to 1.5 foot long, that have the disconcerting tendency to get into people's sleeping bags. But you haven't seen any of them, so you're not sure if they're around here.
I take a moment to
to the team and suggest that we build tents with mosquito netting over them and whatever kind of enforcements we can put at the foot of our tents.
Llama brought some mosquito netting.
And DEET.
Yeah, I brought a gallon of that.
Oh yeah. Well, we all asked Master Bashir, so we should all have all the necessary supplies to build a bug-free existence.
I'll take first shift.
Snapper creates a somewhat of a simple shrine to his god who loves snakes.
Okay.
I'm not really excited about that.
It's all right.
All right, so you make a small snake shrine,
Yep.
do a little snaky stuff, speak a little parcel tongue. Sounds good. All right, so you guys, actually your preparations and frankly Phineas's advisement about centipedes and stuff like that is actually well taken. You guys build a little bit off the ground, you put up your tents, you keep a good watch. Llama, you will see occasionally at the edge of the river some movement, which you think might be crocodiles, but you guys built a fire, so I'm assuming you guys have built a fire, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So every once in a while, when you see that movement, you take a torch and you sort of like look over there, and whatever it is, I mean, you can hear them splash back into the thing. You're pretty sure they're crocs coming to check you guys out, but they don't come any closer than the very edge of the river. And you guys are pretty far back, maybe 30 feet from the edge of the river or more. You don't see any of those centipedes, although centipedes are gross. So you're pretty glad that you don't see any of those. And essentially, the night passes without incident. It's still hot and humid, and while the night is cooler and more comfortable, the moment the sun comes up, I mean, it's like the entire place is just reverts right back to hot, sweaty, and gross. All right, it's the next day. What do? You figure you probably got 6 to 8 more hours. If you don't use the elementals, you probably got another 6 to 8 more hours. If you use the elementals and you use them all up at once, you could probably get to the river bend within the next hour or two.
That's clue for don't use them all up at once now. Save them because the DM has a nasty trick up his sleeve.
I mean, I don't need them for anything else.
Frankly, I'm shocked that you guys would assume that I have some sort of trick up my sleeve that I'm going to try and
yeah, but you know you do.
Flick the pipe. Well, it's not even really it's not.
Won't you use your eyeliner?
So if we want to try to find out what's right around the bend, we can try asking Gateball.
What's around the bend?
Yeah. I mean, you could ask the 8-ball, sure.
Like
how many times a day are you allowed to use the 8-ball?
3.
3 times a day. Okay. All right.
I believe that is it.
I believe that's correct.
So we can try to determine how close these people are. We can try to determine how friendly they would be to us. I suggest we try to home in on where they are.
Well, keep in mind that the Magic 8-Ball ring has a limited selection of responses. Now, it will tell you the truth, but it's these responses, none of them are more than 4 words long. So there you go.
So yeah, generally it'll at least give you a vague impression of whether you're right or wrong. So it's like yes or no.
Yep.
So we could ask if the lemon meringue are nearby or within 20 miles or just a thought.
You guys tell me what the question is, and I will tell you what the answer is.
Yeah, you own the 8-ball. Use it how you want. I can't think of the.
All right. Our what are they called? The merengues?
The Rumawa.
Rumawa.
But that's not who we're looking for. We're not looking for.
I'm sorry.
Ferengi, much better.
Did you say Ferengi?
Lemon meringue.
The lemon meringue.
Only if there's profit in it.
The 200 rules of meringue acquisition.
Acquisition.
Never discard a lemon.
So are they within a 10-mile radius of us?
So what was the question again? Are the Rumawa within a 10-mile radius?
Yes.
Signs point to yes.
Okay. Are they within a 5-mile radius of us?
Outlook not so good.
Okay. Anyone want to dive a little deeper?
You got one more.
You don't have
we
to
can
use
save it
those.
for later. But we know that they're between 5 and 20 miles away from us.
10. Oh.
How close to the bend are we, Les, now?
You said
About
10-mile radius. So 10.
Yeah, about 8 miles, 7-8 miles.
Okay.
The meringue aren't necessarily enemies or enemies.
Not necessarily. You have trade goods. You have trade goods with you too.
John Hyle's a hell of a barterer too.
Thank God.
He's got that wicked charisma.
The only thing I got going on is being able to take off my breastplate. Let's go.
Well, I'm going to burn the elementals, Les, to get there as quick as we can.
Okay. All right. Cool. So you guys lift off and basically just get cruising. I mean, it takes the better part of an hour, but you cut those 7 miles really hard. You find yourself moving into the map proper when the elemental waves a watery arm goodbye to you, John, and departs this plane, and you find yourselves entering what we in the GM world call the map, sort of at the bottom of the area there. You can see in the distance a couple of things. One, you can see that there are some stones in the river and that kind of stuff. You also see a fallen tree. But even stranger, you see what looks to be a person at the very corner of the river, standing there, and what looked to be some sort of robes, standing there at the corner of the thing with his, looking down at you guys with his hands on his hips like this.
I start waving at him.
So you're waving?
All friendly like, yep.
You do the signal?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
He does not wave back. But
I pull out I pull out a pair of scissors. I pull out a pair of scissors and wave a pair of scissors at him.
Wait a second. So basically, Snapper is. Oh, I can't reach my scissors. So basically, you've got scissors in your hand. You're like snip, 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 snip.
Right.
It's still pretty far away, but you see him sort of like look over, and he does sort of like a motion, and then other people sort of materialize almost as if by magic out of the forest.
Is that tree wide enough that we can't get past it? Like, is it?
You can only get past there single file. You can get past there through here, but only single file. You have to kind of like you'll have to move through this area. Hold on a second.
We don't have to portage it.
No, you don't have to portage it.
Although I'm kind of tempted to get out there anyway.
Is it manipulated, Les? Does it look like that tree's been put there, or is it just a?
No, it looks like it's just broken down. But I mean, honestly, how could you tell?
I think that's a great place to stop and put some distance between us.
You guys could certainly squeeze through there. Now, you see that there are other guys who have materialized along the edge of the water. They have spears and little bows. And even more disconcerting is all of them, with the ones with bows, and they're small. They're small, like short bows. But what they've done, and they just have the arrows are fletched, but they don't have like metal points on them. But you see something that's very disconcerting. They have these little sort of like, the guys with bows have like little pots or pouches on their belts.
They're poisoned.
And you see, before they knock an arrow, they dip it in there and they pull it back. And you can, you're not sure what's in that pouch, but it doesn't bode well.
Yeah.
Are they on the north side of the river or the south side?
It's crocodile poop.
They are on the east side of the river. North goes to the left.
They're on the east side, north goes to the left.
Yeah, so these
Mwangi.
guys up here, yeah. Oh, they're definitely Mwangi.
Okay.
What you don't know is if they're Rumawa.
Well, I'm still flashing the scissors.
I think we should stop on this side of the log and pull our canoes out.
All right,
Rather than go do single file.
So you gotta
kind
of like truck up to here.
I want to use diplomacy and my knowledge of local to try to flash the "Hey dudes, we're cool" sign.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll a diplomacy.
Okay. Natty 20. Unbelievable, this guy. All right, so you
Good
see,
job.
and Lamba, you're like, hey, what are you doing? You see Phineas stand up in the back of the canoe. And you can see him sort of say, greetings, Rumawa. We're here to trade with you and pass and pass this area in peace. Please see us as friends. I don't know. What do you tell these guys? I'm putting words in your mouth. I shouldn't be doing that.
We're allies and we're here to trade. That's it.
So let me do a quick sense motive.
Try and tell them we're looking for a mate for the half-orc woman.
No, we get to that over
Yes,
dinner
and
wine.
you're the one that didn't want us to watch when you took off your armor.
They immediately run into the jungle.
Exactly. I'm saying, now there's a real intimidation check.
We're going to start calling you Klingon.
Wouldn't be too far from.
Oh, okay.
Just call me the butter Klingon.
So the guy looks at you. So the guy who's obviously some sort of hetman or shaman or something like that. He looks at you and he says some words in Mwangi, which basically say are if you are here to trade, then you know the name of our friend at the way station downriver. Tell us his name.
What was the dude's name? He told us.
Nathan.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That is not his name. You are enemies. Dirch is the name you're looking for, I think.
Dirch, yeah. The minute you said it, Les. Right here.
So, I mean, yeah, it's only been a day or a half, so you guys do remember his name. So do you tell him this?
Yeah, Dirch sent us your way. Hey, we got some raw red wine. I hold up a flag.
You hold up a bottle of wine.
Yeah.
And scissors.
And the scissors is still like, clickety, clickety, click. You could see him sort of like looking, and he looks at his guys. He's like, all right, put it down. And you see them lower their bows, He's like, he says in Mwangi again, come forth with your canoes and bring them over to here. Stop, we will talk.
Mm.
So he immediately adopts a fine English accent on his Mwangi.
No, he's speaking Mwangi.
But bring your canoe over here and let us talk.
Bring your canoe over here. Let us talk. So what are you guys going to do? Are you going to portage like Lama wanted to do? Or,
I would pull it
Yeah,
out.
or do you want to pull through?
I think Lama's just going to pull hers out and say, well done, Phineas, and let Phineas hop out and just act like no big deal and start pulling the canoe out and let Phineas do his thing.
Just like right here.
Yeah, super happy. Yeah.
Okay. What about Snap?
Yeah, Snapper,
what about you
absolutely, I'm going to follow that lead.
Okay, so you guys are going to pull out right there as well before the log.
No reason to tear up the canoe. I'm so good at this.
Well, probably on the other side though, Les. We can't get.
Yeah, I'd do it on the same side.
Okay. All right. So you guys get out and you guys bring out the trade goods. Give me a perception check.
Oh, that was mine. You're 8.
Actually, not John and Snap. Well, I'm assuming I put you guys on the wrong side. You guys would not get off on that side.
You're 9. I'm 8.
So
whose perception check do you want?
Lama and Phineas.
That's Lama. Hey, she's paying attention today.
17 and 25. All right. So Phineas, you don't see it, but Lama, you see what looks to be there are. You definitely feel like there are other guys in the woods that have their eyes on you. You feel like you're being watched as these guys sort of make their way over to you.
I'm going to hold up the wine towards the woods and go, come on, we got plenty.
Amazingly, the woods guys do not come running out.
That's okay. I'll shrug like, your loss, whatever.
And so in Mwangi, the guy says, greetings. I've never seen you before on our river. And while I can see that you bring trade goods and you mentioned the name of Dirch, who we know well, what is your business down here? Have you come simply to trade, or do you wish to ask of us a favor? And as you guys think about that, I'm going to reload my giant gin and tonic.
A favor.
Yeah, I mean, what are we actually here for?
A favor's the kind of thing you trade for anyway, so you don't take anything for nothing.
I
Parked
should
here for it.
ask about the orbs or whatever the hell we're here for.
We're looking for the people that are.
Whatever the hell we're here for.
Oh, there's a group. There's a group of
That's
people
hilarious.
that
No.
Master Bashir wants us to find
But why does he want us to find them?
because they have connections with the demon thing that we're trying to find. The jewel or whatever. Stone.
Well, Llama's not going to do any of the talking. She's just playing it cool and keeping an eye on the bastard sword, making sure it's close and ready, and watching carefully. You guys have to do the talking.
All right, just
Snapper is also going to
to
do that. I want to say I'm going to do something, but I want Les to be online before I do that.
How many bottles of wine do we have? I think I'm going to crack open one bottle of wine and pour a little glass and hold it out to the woods.
Sounds good.
Nonchalant. That's my name right now. Lamashant. Nonchalant. Nonchalant.
All right. He says,
Hey,
you're
Les?
welcome. Yes.
Okay. And in addition to Snapper, I think is going to follow Llama's lead and not do any of the talking and that kind of stuff. However, he is going to sit down and he's going to pull out his pipe and load it with some tobacco
Okay.
and start smoking his pipe and to just see what kind of reaction that brings.
You get a strange reaction. So hold on. He's going to look at that. He looks
That's
at it
okay.
very
I
interesting.
don't want to interrupt what the other guys are doing. However,
So the leader or the shaman or whoever he is looks very curiously at you, but he continues to talk to everybody. About like, look, he's asked the question. He's like, look, you know the name of Dirge. You've been to the way station. You bring us trade goods, and we are certainly interested in trading. However, we've never seen you before. You are strangers here. What is your true business on the river?
Well, we tell them about the MacGuffin from Master Bashir. I don't remember what the MacGuffin is, but we're here for something.
We're here for something.
We're looking for somebody.
So you're looking for Warren is the guy's name.
Sure.
Who had come down the river with a bunch of Aspis Consortium guys. And
We've come to trade and we're looking for Warren.
Llama's acting like she doesn't really know or care because she just doesn't. But I'm opening up a bottle of wine and holding a glass out to the woods and to the guys.
They're definitely whoever's back there, and you're definitely of the opinion there's at least one and maybe more people back there. They are not coming out.
I smile at them anyway. I know they're back there. I just want them to know that I know that they know that I know that they know that I know. So none of you speak Mwangi, but Phineas understands Mwangi. Can anybody speak it?
You
Well,
said
I
I
can-
speak a little common.
Yeah, and I can
He spoke
cast tongues.
he spoke a very, very set of broken common. It's
Well,
not.
we're not talking
it's
about
not
the
good.
part here. We're talking
Well,
about
he spoke to you in Mwangi.
Okay. Well,
So I mean, you could cast. I mean, Snapper, you want to cast tongues, and I mean, because basically he's asking you questions, which Phineas you understand, but you can't really respond to because you don't know how to speak Mwangi.
Okay. Yes, I reach over. I pull out a parchment, and I go over and I touch. I guess Phineas, and
Okay.
Phineas, for the next 70 minutes, you can speak any language.
all right.
All right, Phineas. So you've heard what this guy says. He's like, look, appreciate the trade goods. I understand that you've recognized that you've mentioned Dirch, who we know and are friends with, which means that we're inclined to be friends with you. However, you're strangers here, which leads me to suggest that considering the paucity of material that you brought here to trade, and the fact that you're new on the river and you're in Dirch's canoes, leads me to believe that something else is afoot. So why not just tell us?
And we tell them.
I'm very curious. So you're saying, okay, so our friend Warren, who is with a group of people, has come down the river. We've lost contact with him, and we're coming to see him. We're coming to try and find him.
I just say we're looking for Warren, whatever.
Okay.
Nothing more than that.
We know of no Weirin. The only thing we know is that there was a group that came through here about a week ago, whom were neither traders nor interested in speaking with us, nor were they interested in making any obeisance to the crocodile god. And we fought with them and killed one. Before they departed upstream, they escaped us and moved upstream, but they angered us quite significantly.
Can you describe who was in the party and any details?
Half a dozen people of similar color and demeanor as yourselves, which made us wonder wherefore it was that you came from. We approached them and bade them make their obeisance to the crocodile god. They refused. I got the impression that they did not understand or could speak Mwangi. They managed to elude us on the river, and where they went after the initial contact, we don't know. But we did kill one of their men.
Do you still have the corpse?
I'm sorry, we don't. We gave. I just swallowed a lemon seed. That's a danger. No, we gave it to the crocodiles. We were, and you can see as you get close to this guy, you can see that. These guys, including the guy that you're talking to, have done a lot of ritual scarification. In large part, it is designed to make their skin look like crocodile skin. You suspect that they either worship or are aligned somehow with crocodiles. But they've done ritual scarification, so it makes those like bumps on their skin. The shaman, the guy you're talking to, has a lot of it. The other guys less so, shoulders, neck, that kind of thing, where they have this sort of like crocodilian kind of look about them. It's very much. I mean, they're human, obviously. There's no crossbreeding here, but they've done this to themselves to sort of look the part.
Well, I would just like to say at this point that I'm grateful for their information, and I would like to know if they would accept a couple pairs of scissors as a sign of respect and gratitude.
Scissors, let me see. And he reaches out and he says, "Oh, these are nice." Snip, 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 snip. And he's like, "Oh, these are good. This is brass, right?"
Yes.
Here in this climate, with the rain and the moisture and the heat, your usual metals, we've had steel and we've had iron scissors, and they just simply do not last that long. I mean, the oxidization is just terrible. But brass, that's perfect. Thank you so much. This is awesome.
That's why I would like you to have these two pairs. Gratitude.
And you guys, the rest of you guys have no idea what Phineas and this guy are talking about. But Phineas hands the guy the scissors, and you see him sort of like snip, 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 snip. He says something, and then he reaches over and he clasps Phineas' hand, sort of like in that Roman centurion sort of like shake. And you can see him like clapping him on the shoulder. He's like, and he says to you, Phineas, he says, "You are welcome here to stay with us. And you've brought wine as well. Is that the case?"
Yes.
You are very welcome indeed. You must stay with us. You will stay with us as our guests this evening, and then we will help you track your friends in the morning. Will that be satisfactory?
I think so. Let my friends know what you just offered, and I turn to my friend and say,
"Do they not speak Mwangi as do you?"
What's that?
Do they not speak our illustrious language as do you?
No, and I want you to know that I don't either, but I have a very short window of time where I can speak your language, but know that I can understand you at any time.
You are using the spells of the north. I understand. Please, by all means, tell your friends.
I asked Phineas.
Hello, friends. These are now our friends, and they just want to get drunk with us, and they'll give us a place to spend the night and help us get on our way in the morning.
Will you ask him if the triplets are available?
Oh, do you have any Sherpas that might be available to help us on our journey?
I do not know this word Sherpa.
An expert guide.
I will send you. I will provide you with some of my best men that will help you to find your way. They will allow. And so, Lama, so you look around and you see like just out like quiet as mice. You see three guys come out of the woods, and they just sort of like It's almost like they materialize behind you. But they seem to be okay with everything. They don't seem to be at all cranked about. You know. They're not making any obvious aggressive moves. They're just sort of standing there. They basically come out of hiding.
I flashed
Snapper,
the OK sign.
When Snapper sees that he's having difficulty communicating with the whole group, he asks, "Tell the person that you are the chief here, if I may touch him."
You want to touch him? Why?
Because I want I have a spell called Share Language for the entire group, and we can share a language for the next 24 hours.
Okay.
Wow, that's a pretty good spell, man.
Yeah. So I turn to the shaman and I say, my priest here has a blessing that will allow us to speak the same language for 24 hours, but he has to put his hand on you. Do you consent?
He looks odd. He looks at Snapper,
who's smoking a pipe.
Which he still is very interested in. He's like, I do consent. Allow your wizard to cast this spell. I'm very curious as to see what would happen.
Snapper, have at it.
Okay. So the idea is everybody that I...
So you reach out sort of like...
And really, it's just
like
action.
with a scooping motion kind of thing?
Yeah. If you want me to do any kind of... point is, it's a...
I was just kidding. Right?
Every creature touched... of course, since they consent, I would suggest that the will save is negligible.
Yeah, I mean, it would be waived.
So we are able to share 2 languages with the target.
All right. So what languages are you going to share?
Well, the one that he speaks and the one that we speak.
So you're going to say you're going to share Mwangi from him and common to him.
That's correct.
All right. So and you're just like going back and you're like just touching everybody.
Touching everybody.
Okay. Sort of like a crazed bongo player. All right, so you do this thing, and everybody's like, the next thing you know, the area here just erupts with the sound of voices. That everybody's like, I can hear you, and blah blah blah, and everybody's like trying it out, that kind of thing, and they're laughing, and I speak common now. I am from the north, that kind of thing. They're all just joking around.
But I will
totally works.
I will advise them, please know that my God only allows us to last for 24 hours. Well, or whatever their time increment they understand that to be. So
you'll stay with us tonight. We will feast and celebrate the crocodile god. And as I can see from your tobacco and your pipe, that you too are a shaman, and we will share the secret. We will share some discussion of our individual shamanistic patrons.
Very nice.
And then first thing in the morning, I will send 3 of my men with you to go and find the trail of this person that you seek, and they will take you as far as they can.
And I will offer. I need to step away. I'm doing laundry. But during the evening, what I have is a full pound of fine tobacco.
Really? All right.
And so it's in my bag of holding. And the idea is I would be more than happy to share it with the group and whoever is a pipe or a smoke.
Do you have more than one pipe? Because these guys do not know smoking.
You what?
They don't have pipes. They don't have anything like that.
Hopefully, maybe the one character that's got the special tool can...
Or we can get a roll of toilet paper.
No, all I'm saying is I have...
Pringles can, an apple, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I have a spare pipe that I'm willing
Oh,
depending on like I said, I got to step away. But depending on what the party wants, I'm willing to part with that. I have my own personal smoking pipe.
Okay.
But
so you're willing to sort of like have your guest pipe.
That's
sort of
exactly right.
Make the rounds.
Which I'm willing to part with.
Pop out the clay and go to town on the
right. If it smooths the transition. The point is, it's kind of like
everybody wants to try it.
Right.
You know, this is something completely new to them. So obviously the shaman does it first, and he has the pipe. He's like, of course he starts coughing like crazy, but everybody's laughing and they think it's high all the time. But he's like, this is great, that kind of thing. And pretty soon he gets the hang of it, and some of the other guys want to try it, and of course they cough and that kind of stuff. I just want to make mention, by the way, that in Illinois, marijuana is going to be legal on January 1st.
I know.
So do you know where the first Southern Illinois store is going to be?
Where?
Literally right next door to the Doubletree Hotel in Collinsville, which is literally right next door to where Archon is. This coming
That's
Archon.
Why I'm going, buddy.
This year's Archon is going to be lit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Next party at Leslie's house.
I need to step away. I'll be back.
Okay. But yeah, so everything works well. They ultimately they take you back to what you guys guess it's maybe a mile off of the river, but there's a substantial sort of little village there of people. You get the impression that this is not even remotely the main village. This is a secondary village, but they have food there, and there's people there. There's maybe 100 people in this village. They obviously treat the shaman and his men with a great deal of respect. Food is cooked. There's boar. There's these jungle birds and things like that. You guys eat great. I'm assuming that you talk with these guys and learn a bit. Is there any questions you want to ask them about anything? The trading is finished. You guys turn over whatever you guys.
What weapons did these guys attack you with?
The guys that came through here about a week and a half ago. Mm-hmm. So they were Northerners. They had steel swords. They had steel-tipped arrows and spears. With steel tips. So we don't use steel here very much. It doesn't last very long in this climate. So we use bronze, copper. Although copper is kind of soft, so we look to try and alloy it. That's why we do a fair amount of trade, and especially things like, as you brought here with the brass scissors, for example, the bronze scissors, for example. That's something that's going to be very valuable to us. And we don't have the technology or the resources to make bronze for ourselves. Our blacksmithing is very rudimentary, but we trade for it when we can.
Did they have magicians with them?
Well, the shaman can do spells, and he said, I'm training certain people. They don't have wizards per se because they don't have wizard schools.
But the guys that came through, did they use magic against you?
They did. So at least, and so the shaman seems quite erudite when it comes to this sort of thing. He says, yes, there was one of those guys was shooting magic missiles at us. Another one, the same guy later set off a gas attack. We suspect was some sort of maybe a stinking cloud or something like that. He speaks very educatedly about these sorts of things, but you get the impression that this is not his field of expertise. And he'll flat out say, he's like, look, we don't have wizards here. The best we can do is sorcerers, and sorcerers, frankly, among us are rare. Most of our casters are divine casters.
So the spells he described sound pretty low level.
Stinky Cloud's not low level. Stinky Cloud's, I think, a third level spell. So you're talking about, and he was like, so you're talking about something along the lines of a 6th or 7th level caster.
The magic missiles was just another verm race, I'm sure. What's the guy that was the magician? What did he look like? I inquire.
He, to be honest, he looked, he's like, I apologize. I know this sounds really terrible, but you all sort of look the same to us.
That's funny, Les. I asked about the poison.
He was a Northerner. He did not have a Southerner's skin.
How about the poison in the bags? What poison do you guys use? I'm curious about that.
That's kurako. We make it ourselves. It is made from a fish that lives in the river. This fish is very interesting in that it has glands inside of its throat, where it can actually spit this venom, which it spits at insects to knock them off of branches and into the river. What we do is we catch the fish, we extract the glands, and then we concentrate it through a distillation process. We also add poisonous herbs and mushrooms that we find in the jungle together, and to make the curacao, which is a poison. It's a very quick acting poison, but it also leaves the system very quickly. So we use it to hunt with, and we know that we can eat the meat later because the poison gets out of the system and is rendered inert very quickly. But it works very well, and for our purposes, it's perfect.
I would be interested in some of this.
I don't. It's possible. So he's had a fair amount of wine, and he's like, for you, my dear, perhaps we should talk about what might be worthy of trade for that. Perhaps I could provide you a pot of this for, I don't know, you seem to have a lot of interesting weapons. Maybe
we have another pair of scissors.
Oh, you've coughed up those scissors already. No,
we gave 2 of 4.
Dun, dun, dun.
You're withholding scissors?
No.
Be gone, Northerners!
I gave their shaman 2 scissors as a thank you for his hospitality. I didn't withhold anything.
Well, something like this, he's like, although we value the brass scissors, obviously, something like this is something that we make. It's a homemade thing, and we don't necessarily want it to get out. Now, you guys seem like nice people, and we enjoy you very much. Obviously, the tobacco was fantastic, and frankly, the wine we always love.
I just got
but I don't know that I could cough up. I don't know if I could cough up curacao for a couple of pairs of scissors.
I just got a new Morning Star. So I have an old Morning Star standard issue.
What do you want?
I want a bag of the poison.
No, I know what you want, Mom.
He wants a weapon. He's looking at my weapons.
He is.
Is he?
He is.
Or is he trying to not let you know what he's really looking at?
Give that up too.
You guys are pretty far out in the world. He's not going to play dumb. He's like, look, you have magical weapons on you, which frankly my people have so little of. It's hard for us to not only acquire them, but as I mentioned before, we don't have wizards. We don't have people who can enchant. If you have a magical weapon that you don't use anymore, that you'd be willing to get rid of, I could see my way into providing you with a substantial amount of curacao.
We don't have any extra. I don't have any extra magical weapons. Beltran would really like some of this poison.
Star was.
I don't want to give up my new Morning Star.
No, the old one was adamantine, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't think so. Does anybody else have a?
I have some charm animal spells.
No.
That's just racist.
I have some cure light wound potions.
They might be interested. I've got a couple of cure lights too. What about cure lights, Les?
They do have, to be honest with you, they do have local versions of Cure Light and Cure Moderate that they have sort of developed over time. So they maybe, I don't know. He's like, I don't know. We have our healing poultices and stuff like that. Our drafts of healing medicine, which I make. What I'm really interested in is either wizard magic or weapon magic.
I have no magic weapons.
But he'll wave a guy over, and basically he's like, look, I have a pot here that has 20 doses of curacao. Now that's a lot. It's a pretty significant investment. If you want it, we can think of something really good. I'll be right back.
Oh, what did I miss? I'm back.
I'm trying to trade something for 20 doses of this poison for Beltran for his arrows.
I have an Endure Elements potion. I have no magic weapons.
I don't either. I mean, this is Les's campaign. What the hell? We don't have any magic. I've got gems. They might take gems for it.
Yeah, maybe, but they seem pretty intent on magic because they have no magicians or wizards.
That's pretty funny.
I mean, we could tell them we'll hook up Bashir with knowledge of their need, and he would come in and trade with them, I'm sure.
Okay. That might work.
Yeah.
We can give him the gems to have to trade when Bashir comes.
How I had to leave. How far did the whole scenario with smoking a pipe and all? Because as I said, I do have by now probably a half pound of tobacco.
Yeah, that should be pretty valuable. I'm sure they're pretty high on the tobacco. Les, what about the tobacco? Would they be interested in the tobacco that's left? They're just not digging it.
No, well, I mean, you get the impression that this guy is not at all a pushover. You know, he may be native to the land, but he's not stupid, and he understands the greater world and that kind of stuff. He would be like, look, if you guys were to throw, if we were to put the tobacco and the pipe on the table as far as this would go, that in addition to maybe that Morning Star might approach what we're talking about.
I'll pull out.
But he does say, I would really prefer some wizard magic or magic weapon.
Well, I'm not going to talk to him about Bashir. Somebody else can, but John
I have
Hyle.
a potion of Endure Elements. Would that be interesting?
Nah, they're comfortable here.
John Hyle had suggested out loud, I'm going to assume, that we can tell Bashir that they have need of magical weapons.
What about scrolls?
We could share that with them, and then I could leave them some gems that they could use to trade with Master Bashir's people to pay for that which they are trying to acquire.
Show me the gems.
I'll lay out 100 gold pieces in gems.
Tell you what. The tobacco, the pipe, the Morning Star, and half again as much as the gems, 150, and you got yourself a deal.
That's pretty rich, dude. We're talking 20. Is this poison like take you out, kill you, one dose?
You're talking about 20 doses of an insinuative poison.
It does
you don't know, but
I asked him, what's this do? So I give this to our arrows are what the hell's the word I'm looking for?
Archer.
So he'll tell you right now.
Smither.
He says it does. This poison does a couple of things. One, it does constitution damage, and it has a paralytic agent as part of it.
Fine, 150. I'll put it out there.
But what about?
That's my Morning Star, my 150, and then if you're willing to give up your pipe and tobacco, Doug.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's all in the blessings of, and I go with flowery language about the blessings of Yig and making friends and all that other kind of stuff. Yeah, by now, I would imagine I started out with a pound. I would ask the leader's permission to keep a small amount back for myself so that I might enjoy it in the days to come. But
of course,
I mean,
so say three quarters of a pound.
Yeah, if we are able to cross paths again, I'll bring more.
I would enjoy that very much so. All right, you have a deal. So he takes the stuff and he gives you a small ceramic pot, essentially, with this very sort of like goo in it. Basically, he says, here's how you use it. You dip arrows in it, or you smear a little bit on a blade. It has 20 doses. To cover your blade, to put enough on your blade that it would work would probably take 2 doses. But each dose you can put on an arrowhead. That's fine. That's what they typically do. It has, so basically it does, the fortitude save for the con damage is DC 17. You need to do 2 consecutive saves to get rid of it. Otherwise, it does 1d4 con damage. And it also has a paralytic element, which means another fortitude DC 17 to avoid being paralyzed for 2 rounds.
Can you send that information to us in some format that we can just keep?
Sure.
Thank you.
But you have 20 doses.
Are we going to be here overnight?
Yes, but you will be safe there overnight.
No. The reason I'm asking is I have to look at my skill check here.
Okay.
Well, who's the one with the special tool?
Ohio has the special tool.
Sorry.
It's 12 inches, if anybody asks.
12 inches? All right. I will ask for your help in and I will guide you and over the evening. The point is, show them how to make their own pipes.
Sorry, I'm tweeting.
Got it. That's smart. That's
sorry. I had to tweet that. Sorry.
Okay. Who's got the special tool? I've got the special tool.
I have the special tool. It's 12 inches.
It's 12 inches.
That's on Tiny Batman Says on Twitter.
Damn, that was fast.
Well, I have it up, so it's much easier for me to tweet as it happens.
Live tweeting, nice.
So anyway, do you consent to lend me your special tool?
Sure.
That's what she said.
You can make all kinds of pipes with that.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to make these guys pipes overnight?
Oh, no, the idea is to show them how to make their own.
I got you. Okay.
I'm not going to give him a pipe. He's going to teach him how to pipe.
What's the old phrase? Make a man a pipe, he smokes for a day. Teach a man to carve his own pipe, and he'll never leave you alone.
That's the old axiom.
Smoke forever,
he'll
buddy.
never bother you again.
He'll never bother you again. All right. So what else? I mean, is there anything else? You guys can speak to everybody. So are there any questions you want to ask to these guys? Or, Snapper, you and this guy who is indeed a divine caster. He worships a crocodile god and that you've never heard of. But
very close to Yig, though. Who
very much.
Considers serpents as children.
The snake god, obviously there's an affinity there. He's like, yes, we are brothers, that kind of thing. And so you guys talk a little bit about divinity and how things work. And
how many guys are there in the group that we're following?
About 6 guys. We killed 1, so 5 left.
5 guys and 1's a mage. And how far ahead of us are they?
They passed through here about 5 days ago.
You know where they're heading? Did they say? Did you overhear?
They headed north. So we followed them as far as we dared. They decamped out of their raft about 2 miles south on the south bend of the river, and then headed northward.
Doesn't the river end at the bend and goes east? And aren't we right at the
south? So the north is this way, is to the left. So here, let me.
Didn't we catch up to them some less? Because weren't they 5 days ahead of us to begin with, and we've saved a day?
A little bit. I mean, it's all very sketchy. I mean, nothing is engraven in stone, right? So hold on a second.
We always joke about how little magic we have, but until we had to trade somebody for some magic and had none, I completely realized how little magic we have.
We have no magic.
Virtually.
I mean, I've got a wand of cure lights and that kind of stuff. But
Okay, so that way's north. See it?
That's the best compass rose I've ever seen.
Okay.
Snapper does have a compass.
Okay, you got a wayfinder? All right, perfect.
Compass, I do have one.
All right, so basically he'll say, yeah, it was like 4 days ago. We killed one of them. There was at least 5. We don't know if there were any other people. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not. So figure 5. That actually moved east from the river. Continue to move east. Now, we trailed them for about 2 or 3 miles. They came to a place that we typically avoid. There's a place. It's a place where there's a really deep sort of sinkhole and some associated littler sinkholes around it. So we stay away from there. There's rumors that it's haunted. Frankly, there's nothing out there that we want, so we just don't go over there. The legends keep the young ones away, and for the rest of us, there's no reason to go out there, so we don't go for it. And it's kind of far away, so we stay to the north and west of the river typically.
But you think
I'm sure you saw our herald, right? You saw the crocodile head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the edge of our spot.
So that you think they were heading towards the sinkhole, or they were by the sinkhole?
I don't know. We followed them for a couple of miles. They were headed in that direction. There's really nothing out there but that, and it is an aberration from a tectonic standpoint. So it's possible that they were headed for the sinkhole for some reason. Although I can't imagine what the reason might be.
They can give us directions there if we.
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, my guys can lead you within a mile of that place. They won't go closer than that, though.
That works.
Would that be okay?
That's good.
That'd be satisfactory?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys continue to party through the night and have a great meal, drink several of the bottles of wine, which they share liberally. They also bring out some of their fermented fruit wines that they make locally, which you find to be quite good. They don't have anything resembling a beer or an ale. Barley doesn't grow here, but they do have tropical fruits, which they ferment, which turn out to be pretty good. They have absolutely delicious food. They have rice. They have a variety of fruits and nuts that they blend into the thing. They have pork, and they have a variety of birds, not chickens, but a goose-like bird and several smaller birds like doves, pigeons, that kind of thing that they cook up. It's fantastic. Yams they have as well. Just really good food. And you guys,
Snapper, through the evening, as the evening grows on, does he get any idea that an ale, because you just mentioned they don't have ale. They
don't have ales.
Would they be interested in consuming some? I mean, he just doesn't want to offer anything. But Mike,
how do you propose this? It was like, look, I have a drink of my people of the North that I'm willing to share with you. You love my tobacco. Perhaps you'll enjoy my ale.
I have a keg of ale in my bag of holding.
Okay. You pop that
but I don't
sucker
tell
out.
them that.
I think that they would be fascinated by this. They've never drank anything like. They don't have grains like out here. I mean, you can't grow wheat and barley out in the jungle. The closest they might have is something maybe like a quinoa, but you can't make beer out of it. So I mean, they don't have beer.
Here's the deal. I don't want to just sacrifice a keg of fine ale as I use the tobacco to path, some friendship and all that other kind of stuff. So I'm not going to say that I have this. However, if it furthers our party's agenda, then I will, might we be able to get, I'm just without offering, get more, potion, more, of the poison for the arrows or solidify a relationship.
Seems like the relationship's solid.
They seem to be. I don't know that you would think that there would be additional things you get. I mean, you're taking advantage of their, not taking advantage, but you're enjoying their hospitality. They seem to be very much, positively associated.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I don't know that I would bring it out. I mean, if you're worried about using it to greater extent, I don't know that you need to, from the point of view of that these guys are like, you have to push them over the edge. They're basically, they brought you to this village and they're giving you like the hospitality of the jungle.
Great. I'm just saying, I'm trying to further my the agenda of the party.
No, they definitely like you guys.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'd only use it for trade specific.
Oh no, I'm drinking it.
In front of them. He's like the guy
drinking it now.
He's like the guy who goes to a party and brings one bottle of wine and drinks it himself.
That's right. So
the night passes. You guys are given actually huts of certain, and they're actually quite comfortable. You guys manage to bring your stuff in. You can take it, that kind of stuff and enjoy it. But it's very comfortable. Certainly dry. And enjoyable. I mean, you guys have an enjoyable night. You are woken very early the next morning by the shaman, who seems to be not suffering at all from the effects of all the wine and stuff that they drank. He seems pretty tough. And he's like, "It's time to go. The sun is up. We're here to move you down the river towards where your friends are. Come with us." He basically gets you guys up, moving around, takes you to the edge of the river, has Mwangi servants bring your canoes over. They put them in there and get you all guys loaded up. And he's like, "All right, my guys will come with you. They actually will follow along. You guys take your canoes, but they'll follow along on the edge of the things of the bank. So they'll walk along. They actually sort of jog along as you guys move forward in the canoes." And show you the way. And then they signal you about 2 miles, 3 miles later that this is where you want to pull over.
So we're headed east, right?
You're headed south.
Oh.
Observe the thing. So you guys go around the bend, and basically you guys are headed south. Now the Mwangi guys are on the east edge of the river, running along, sort of like leading you to where you need to go.
Okay.
All right. 3-4 miles down the river, they wave you over to have you pull in. There's a little like place where vegetation is bare, and you guys can pull your canoes up. But they're like, from this point we go on foot. And then they point out you can see the tracks, right? You also see what looks to be about 100 yards downriver, what looks to be the broken remains of a large raft, like a large sort of log raft. But it's like up against the bank, and it seems to be broken into pieces.
Is
that their raft?
Like an opportune place.
We can go talk to them, right?
Who are you asking?
The guys that we have.
It looks. He's like, he kind of squints down, and he's like, "Well, it looks like it. It's seen better days, frankly. I don't know if that's their raft or not, unless we take a closer look."
I use the survival skill and start tracking around and see if I can find tracks.
Go ahead and roll.
5. You ready? Dun, dun, dun.
You can do it.
I can do it. Every 5. Zoutois.
19. Yeah. So it's a little bit difficult, but you do, when with a little help from the Mwangi guys, you are able to spot the tracks. And then once they point out what to look for, you're like, "Oh, I can totally see this." And you can see that it does look like several people kind of trucking along, to the east without a lot of, it doesn't look like, what the Mwangi guy will tell you is like, look, These guys were not trying to hide their passage. My people would be very careful about leaving tracks like this. Once he points them out to you, it's very obvious that they have not given any consideration to or worry towards leaving tracks.
So either they're just careless and ignorant, or they're very strong and they don't care.
Arrogant. Let's go.
Well, you saw a busted up raft, which means wherever they are, they're not in a position to get back downriver.
That we know of.
Well, good point. These guys will keep you going about, they'll lead you about 3-4 miles deep into the jungle. You guys are now heading east, almost due east. At which point there comes a point where they say, look, we can go no further. However, if you're looking for the haunted sinkholes, they're about a mile that way.
Is that the direction they're heading?
They basically say, look, it's that way. We can't go any further.
It's the same way the footprints are headed, though, right?
Yep. And you find it pretty easy to see those footprints now. I mean, you would get +4 on your survival checks to follow those footprints because you know what to look for now.
Well, I can summon my silver raven figurine if we need somebody to fly ahead and scout.
Okay. Is that what you want to do?
Group, do we want to pursue right now, or should I send my silver raven ahead?
Well, information is.
Yeah, information.
Knowledge is power. So if you got a way to give us.
Yeah, he can communicate basic information. So
let's do it.
Okay, I pull out my silver raven figurine.
Okay.
You're down here.
And ask it to fly east and relay information about any parties of people.
I'm looking for people.
People?
Five people.
Or just people, a group of people. We don't know how many have survived.
All right, I shall seek them.
We do. They told us there were 6 and they killed 1. There's 5.
Yeah, but it's been 5 days. Somebody could have died. They could have split up.
Oh, they could have. You're right.
We just want to know if there are people.
People. Okay. People. Humans. He takes off. So you guys are going to stay here. So the Rumawa guys take off. So you guys are sort of sitting here. You set loose the Silver Raven. He comes back pretty quickly, like within an hour, and he's like, "I haven't seen any people, but I found a place that is a people place where people live in the jungle."
Well, we can try to press for more details. I don't know how much, or we just move.
Ask me your questions, Bard.
When you mean people place, what was it? A city, an encampment, tents?
I don't know. Tents, shelters. People need shelter from rain and wind. Birds do not.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. I know what birds are about. I'm the raven. Fuck's sake. It is a people place. There are shelters there.
Have you played Wingspan yet?
I have. I've won a game of Wingspan.
Did you win it?
I did. I won the first one we played.
Win? Really?
Mm-hmm. It's a great game. But yeah, he says basically, I've seen a people place. I did not see any people.
Playing that as we speak over
Who
in
is?
Washington.
Yes,
And my suggestion would be
Gordon and Jennifer, thank you so much for getting me that game, because I tell you, Tori is playing that game as we speak with her friends on New Year's Eve over in Washington. She loves it. She loved getting it. So thank you very much.
What's the game?
Wingspan. It's a game about birds. So don't let that throw you. It is fun as shit.
Yeah. You have to know what someone that knows birds or an ornithologist would be able to deal with much better. But
I share
anyway,
my
thank
house
you
with
so
a
much for
blue
getting me
macaw.
that game.
You do have yeah, that's right, Andrew. You have birds, right?
Yes,
Is that yours?
Just the one, or do you have more than one?
just one.
Just the one, the big macaw.
Yes,
Ah, what's his name? Her name?
Cosmo.
Cosmo. Nice. Like it. All right, but anyway, the Raven is like, I saw a place, a human place, shelters for humans. I did not see any humans alive.
Well, then
No. Let's do it.
There are dead humans there.
ooh, we won't starve.
Carrion humans.
Mhm.
I did not bite them. Even though I was a little hungry.
Oh, come here, get a little beef jerky.
Oh, thank you. But he's like, there were dead humans there. It was a human place with human shelters and human bodies.
So, how many human bodies did you see?
Birds really don't know how to count.
300.
It's 300. What was the old thing? It's like every number more than one to a bird is 300. 300 people. Which you interpret as more than one.
I say we go for it.
Let's go. Llama's antsy.
Llama is antsy, which is a prescription for disaster in most cases. So here we go. Hold everything. Fuck this up.
Are you using your voice changer?
No.
Oh.
It's my real voice.
Oh.
Oh.
All right, can you guys see the woods?
Not for the trees, no.
Hit recycle, would you? Oh, that's funny. Never mind. That's real funny, Andrew. All right, so you guys are down at the bottom, coming up to the east. The Raven says, they're off that way, and then changes back into a figurine.
Okay.
He pointed a wing to the north and to the south and east.
Would you draw a lovely compass rose again?
Sure.
I don't know.
Where are we supposed to be, Les? Because Gordon's peeking all over the place. Yeah, you weren't
I'm just
supposed to
trying
be
to
there.
find.
Stop peeking.
Oh, okay. There's a lot of dead stuff up there.
My map on
You can peek a little bit.
roll
It's all right.
20 does not only I get like a
Hit refresh it.
Hit
Because
F5.
you probably get a lot of dark spaces.
Yeah.
Just hit refresh and it should come back. All right, here we go.
all right.
So whatever that is to the northeast of us, that hut or turtle shell or whatever that is.
Sinkhole? What is it, Les?
I don't know. I mean, you guys are not over there, so you don't know what's going on over there.
Can we move ourselves?
Sure, should be able to.
Who's stalky and fighty?
I'm fighty. I'm not.
Llama? Okay.
I was going to summon his idol on Les.
Okay. I have to find that actually.
I'm going to sing Old Lang Syne for Inspire Courage.
You making me hurt here. Where is your Eidolon? Damn, I don't know.
That was my attempt to be stealthy, which is not real good.
What'd you roll?
8.
8. Solid.
Solidly bad.
Okay, hold on a second. Gotta find.
Before I forget, eat that.
Well, that's wrong. Apparently, I've lost your Eidolon. That's not good.
Well, according to my intuition, the real deal might just be north of where we are.
Poop! I can't believe I can't find this thing. That probably works. Watch yourselves. I'll be right there. Jesus fucking balls.
Did I hear you just say sucking balls?
No.
You're having auditory hallucinations.
I'm sure that's what it was.
I'm just letting you know, Gracie loves onion dip and pretzels.
Uh-oh.
Well, who doesn't?
Who does?
We discovered that cream cheese and pretzels is quite good.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. I've had that before when I was desperate for onion dip, but
But yeah, the onion dip is better.
yeah.
All right, Kyle. You should have your
Eidolon?
Eidolon.
In your Eidolon stealth? Because you sure as hell can.
So your stealth check was, hold on a sec, was 8. So you're stomping through the woods like a Clydesdale right now. What are the rest of you guys doing? So Phineas will say, there's a problem over to the northeast, or the southeast.
There's a problem to the south?
No, I'm saying to the north.
Southeast.
That's a really jacked up map for
According to your compass rose, it would be to the north.
I'm drinking too much.
Well, it looks like that's where the big pit.
What, are you talking about this thing?
No, to the north of it.
You're talking about this thing?
Well, that would
Honestly,
be
at this point, I don't know what you're talking about.
to the north. There's right there where your pointer was.
Right here?
No, I don't know where your pointer is. No, north.
Well,
North.
use your own pointer. I'm very curious to know what you're looking at.
All I can see on my screen is darkness, but on your screen, I see a.
Oh, hit refresh. You should. That darkness will go away.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It worked for me.
Well, all right.
I think we should go camping and set up a tent and game, like a 3-day all weekend gaming
Let's just go to Bob's house.
without Gen Con.
We could. I mean, we could do that at Gen Con where we just take a day
No, I'm
and
telling
just game on that game at that picnic table that was right in between our campers.
Big Grapefruit is about to buy a camper.
I don't think Ellen is going to want us camping in her house for 3 days.
No, I could see that. She wouldn't like that.
Unless Bob's going for a divorce.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
I don't think he's ready for that.
At which point we could be helpful in that regard.
Yeah, we could help.
Andrew, did the refresh work? Can you see the whole map now? Okay.
Yes.
So if you click and hold down on something, it'll show
Okay,
it'll
so
give off those little
there seems
circles.
to be a.
Oh, that's a like a pit. Ignore that.
That's okay. Well, that's what I was asking about. It's a pit, but I should ignore it.
Yeah.
Well, then.
That's not
sounds
what.
like
Well,
a
I don't know.
magician-
You don't have to ignore it. What I'm telling you is that's not what your Raven was telling you to look at.
Right. So
What the Raven was telling you to look at is up to the east and south.
yeah, the corpses, which aren't showing in your screen, but I'm flashing.
Yeah, no, I see them. And you see them too.
Let's check out the weird thing in the northwest to see what the hell it is.
Okay, it's a huge stump that has been sawn off. It's probably 8-10 feet across.
No shit.
But somebody sawed it off, and there's no wood here. So whatever happened to the tree, it was big, and somebody took it away.
How long ago was that? Can I tell?
Been a while. That stump is pretty weathered. It could be as many as a couple of years.
Really?
Yep.
Kyle is quietly tracking east.
Well, with that 8 stealth, you're probably stomping around and bumping into bushes and kicking rocks and stuff.
He thinks he's really quiet.
He thinks he's really quiet.
On the left to flank.
Okay. Lamech, give me a perception check. And John, give me a perception check as well. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm perceptioning.
Okay. So I'm assuming that was Lama and John.
I'm back at the boat.
14 Lama, 17 Kyle.
All right. John. Well, let's do this. Lama, let me so to you I will say 14, you think you see maybe some bubbles in that little river there, but you're not sure. Certainly when you look over there, you do a kind of a double take and you look over there and you're like, I don't see anything moving. I think we're fine. John, you look over, you stumble through you move through the trees, quietly through the trees there, and you come upon what looks to be, well, frankly, it looks to be some sort of battleground. You see a couple of dead bodies in front of you, tents, which are much the worse for wear from the point of view of they're open and waterlogged and that kind of thing. Something bad happened here.
Can we just keep moving?
Yeah. What about you, Snapper, Phineas? What are you guys doing? You guys are going to follow him up there?
Following up.
All right. Go
Where
ahead
I
and move
stand,
your.
can I
Go ahead and move your
tell
guys.
what this thing is?
It's a stump. It's a huge stump.
Oh,
But it
okay.
looks like it's been. So it was obvious. It's obvious that somebody cut this tree down. But the stump looks old. It's been there for a while. It's weathered. The weird part is there's no whatever tree was cut down here. That tree is not here. It didn't fall down. It's just the stump. All right, so Lama, you and Snapper enter in from the north, and Phineas, I'm going to move you up there. You can move yourself up.
Yeah, that's
Look like
fine as long as they can hear me sing.
So Lama, you step in there, and you're standing right next to what looks to be the remnants, frankly, of a campfire circle. It is cold out. There hasn't been a fire in that circle for a while. Next to the campfire, you can see the body of a man who's not a Mwangi. He is in a pool of dried blood. He has been essentially eviscerated.
You've been eviscerated with weapons or by animals?
It's hard to tell. There's been a little bit of decomp. You could
Probably
kneel
do a
down
heel check.
Yeah, do a heel check and see what you can find. Do you have any heal skill?
Choked on my drink, Doug. That's funny. Let's see if the barbarian's got some heal. Oh, I do. A +1.
Roll it and see.
I would think as a barbarian, you would kind of know the difference between weapons and animals.
So you roll a 15?
Yeah.
All right, so you find something curious. So the first thing you think is it looks like he's been nibbled at by animals. His eyes are missing. It's obviously his torso has been ripped open, and his liver and some of his entrails have been pulled out. His tongue's gone, that kind of thing. The standard things that animals would do. However, when you look at him, it looks to you like a lot of this was post-mortem. And what you really see is, he's got a dagger in his hand, and it's by his leg. And frankly, to you, it looks like that he stabbed himself in the thigh right at the place where his femoral artery comes through, and it looks like he bled to death. There's a ton of blood here, and there's a big wound right there in that meaty part of the thigh where that femoral artery is. It looks to you like he stabbed himself in the thigh and opened up that femoral artery and bled to death.
Before I say anything, next time it's my turn, I'm going to look at the other two guys over there. I'll roll a...
Go over by the tent?
Yeah, I'm going to look at those two guys and see how I thought they died, too.
Give me another perception check.
Yes.
Natty 20. All right, first things first. They also have been eaten by animals a little bit, but not a ton. The first guy over by the tent, he has a short sword in his hand, and it's obvious to you that he stabbed himself in the throat with it. The sword is still there. You sort of like wipe away some of the detritus, and you can see that he has, I mean, it's less of a short sword, more of like a poignard, but basically it's in his hand, and the poignard goes through his Adam's apple and comes out the other side, nicked the carotid artery, and it's obvious that he bled a fair amount before dying. The other guy is face down. You give him a kick and roll him over. Obviously, to your eyes, he has been eaten a little bit as well, not as much. But in this case, you can see that he has a small knife, which is sort of on the ground in front of him, and he has a wound in his sternum, essentially, what looks like a small knife wound. Honestly, you're starting to think that these guys committed suicide.
I share that with the group. These three guys, I think they took themselves out.
Now, it looks like animals have shown up later and nibbled at them, but when you're looking at cause of death, it looks like these guys killed themselves.
Did the bubbles in the water like alarm me, or I mean?
Nah, you barely saw them. You were not. Yeah, I mean, you didn't see anything that you thought was like. I mean, you're probably thinking, it's probably a croc. I keep my eyes peeled, but nothing came out of the water.
Gus, can I do a knowledge history to try to see if this stirs any memories of past events?
Sure. 24. No, man. I mean, you're standing here in this tent area, and you're essentially looking at a mass suicide. John, you go to some of the other bodies. Snapper, you do too, and you look at them, and it looks like, I mean, when Lama says, "I think these guys killed themselves," you start to look at these bodies more critically, and every one of these bodies looks like they had done something to themselves that resulted in their deaths. I mean, either their own throats are cut, or they've stabbed themselves in the heart or in the lungs, or they've opened up their femoral arteries and bled to death. But each one of these guys looks like they committed suicide.
So there's 7 guys here. We were on the hunt for 5 or less.
There are 7 guys here, yeah.
There are 5 or less do this?
These are where the tracks led, right, Les?
These are where the tracks led.
Or these are 5.
And there's tents and stuff here.
Yeah. I'm gonna look
and a dead campfire.
I'm gonna look through tents and see if I can discern how many people have been staying here for how long. Roughly.
Okay.
So I'm going to use a knowledge local check to see if I can figure out who they are.
Okay. Lama, search through the test. Natty 20 for Phineas. All right, so you're trying to figure out who they are. You search a couple of bodies, and Phineas, you find on one of the bodies, you find somebody tucked into their leather armor, sort of like in a secret pocket. You pull out an Aspis Consortium medallion, essentially a badge for these guys. These guys are definitely Aspis Consortium, or this guy is. They all sort of look the same. They are not Mwangi. They are Northerners. At least from here. But you suspect that these are the Aspis guys. The fact that there's more of them here leads you to believe that maybe they had more guys on the river than the Rumawa knew about.
And I convey this to the group.
So, Lama, you're 24. You're searching through one of the tents, and you find a couple of things. The first thing you find is a piece of parchment. And it's dated 3 weeks ago, and it says, Today
Oh,
we killed.
did he really write that?
Today we killed 4 savage natives who dared assault us on the river. We fed their corpses to the crocodiles and chased their ignorant companions back into the jungle, although Gorm, that clumsy oaf, fell into a pit. That night in camp, we heard what sounded like a beautiful woman somewhere in the jungle beckoning us for help. I'm not stupid, so I remained here, but Dolmar, that foolish idiot, wandered out there to find out what it was and never came back. Serves him right. Licton says we'll be at the Stones tomorrow. Signed, Lang. This is 3 weeks ago. The time frame doesn't match up. You continue, when you find this, you continue digging. And then you find another piece of parchment.
How long have they been dead?
Looks to be 3 or 4 days at least. Now, this is dated 1 week ago. Returned from the Stones. If Licton ever asks me to go there again, I'll gut him in his sleep. Lost 2 of the expedition down there, Holtvin and Clumsy Gorm, and heard that woman's voice again before we went in. Licton was acting strange and told us that Wyrn was a pathfinder. Not likely, but I'm not going to disagree with the crazy bastard. We left Wyrn behind. On the way back, we found a bloody mermaid in the middle of the river. I don't remember what she said, but the things she made me think would make Asmodeus blush. We fled from her as fast as we could, but realized after returning to camp that 2 more of our expedition were missing. Licton is nervous, I can tell, and he holds the bag of stones we recovered from the cave like they were his baby. Smart guy that he is, he doesn't know we all have some of the stones. The men are grumbling about getting out of here faster than planned, but Licton insists we're to stay here and wait for orders. I'm not so sure. I think I'll leave tonight. I'm starting to feel that Licton doesn't have my best intentions in mind. Signed again, Lang.
I go back out to one of the dead bodies and I start looking for stones in their pockets. I make sure that everybody sees the notes.
You do not.
So I'm basically going through pockets looking for stones on dead bodies.
You search all the dead bodies. You do not find anything that resembles a stone or a gem.
Oh, the stones themselves?
You don't find anything like that.
On any of the bodies?
On any of them. In fact, to your now expert eye, these bodies, now that you look at them, look like they have been expertly searched.
Nothing else of interest in the tents.
I mean, they've got their weapons around. I mean, the oddest thing about this is that most of their heavy weapons, swords, halberds, axes, are still in their tents. These guys killed themselves with small arms, daggers, knives, poignards.
I'm going to tell Phineas now's a good time to ask his 8-ball for some interesting answers.
You got one. Oh wait, it's been a day, so you get 3 more questions. Hold on a second. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
So does anyone have detect magic? Or any of that?
You're gonna do that? Hey, Snapper, will you come down with me and look at this pit thing?
Absolutely. I live to go with you into the pit.
Oh, baby. Baby, baby, I get down on my knees.
I will say, where is this pit, though?
Down north, the way his map is, it would be the northwest corner. Or southwest corner. So janky.
Right here? This?
Down here in the corner. Down, follow me. Follow me.
On the map, it's going to be the south.
Yeah, southeast, but it's actually the northwest because he's messing with us because it's New Year's Eve and we're drinking too much.
Got it. I'm following you, darling.
Because there was some kind of sinkhole or something. I don't know, but certainly.
Well, he told us what it was, so that's fine.
He just said it was I don't know. But he wouldn't put it there if there wasn't a purpose.
Sorry about that.
So anybody, while Les is away, anybody make
I'm back.
Damn it.
Yeah, damn it. Yeah, New
Okay.
Year's
You guys
Eve
need to talk.
resolutions.
I gotta reload. I'll be right back.
I made salsa.
Talk amongst yourselves.
What resolutions did everyone make?
Resolutions?
Well,
I
you
made
know,
a resolution several years ago never to make resolutions at the new year.
Yeah, that's pretty much doctrine. The only resolutions I follow are screen dimensions.
I just tried to be better every day, every hour, every minute than I was the last minute, hour, or day. And that seems to be challenging enough.
And not forgetting where I put my keys.
That's part of it, for sure.
I told my brother that my resolution is in the first 5 minutes of the new year not to eat pasta.
5 minutes? Oh, you should be okay.
So you guys talking about resolutions?
He thought that was relatively reasonable.
A lack thereof, really, Les. None of us are particularly.
I could go for some pasta.
I never make resolutions because I'm perfect the way I am.
You are. You're such a god.
It's true, though. All right, so you guys are standing amongst this carnage, really.
We're at the edge of the pit.
Okay. What pit?
I'm not muted because I've been talking to him. That's weird. Oh, far bottom. You're southwest.
Oh, you guys went all the way back down there?
Yep.
Snapper and I did.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Put the party, Les. That's our MO.
Perfect.
It is New Year's Eve and we're almost retired characters. It gives you a whole new lease on life.
Like cannonballs into the fire. Snapper, you look at this thing. Lama, you look at it and you're like, I don't know, it's just a big hole in the ground. A Snapper, you look at it, this hole is not so much a hole as it is somebody set off some magic here that destroyed the soil and dug out a little bit of this thing. This was magically done.
Like a crater, magic crater?
Kind of. It's not deep enough to be considered a crater per se, but it's, maybe 2 or 3 feet at its deepest point. Somebody set off something here, something fairly big. You're not sure what it is, though.
Something here? Somebody.
Yep. And I convey that to
somebody set off a magic, like a fireball or some sort of magical spell that bombed out this area.
Oh, so we've got ginormous trees that are felled expertly and disappeared, ginormous damage from magic, and
so
7 guys are off themselves.
Neither of these things, so the tree trunk and the pit look like they've been here for a while.
It was my perception check of 27.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the same thing they're looking at.
Yeah, you're looking at this thing and you suspect it's some sort of, it might be a disintegrate spell, something like that. It's what you're reminiscent of, but it looks like it was done long ago. The guys to the north who committed suicide, this was like 3 days ago. The tree trunk and the pit, like a while ago. Months, maybe as much as a year.
What about the tree trunk up by the campsite?
Well, so that's not so much a tree trunk. You take a closer look at that. It is more of, it looks, so at first you, as far as you know, it's a tree trunk. It looks fine.
Yeah. Hey, John Heil, is this a tree trunk or?
Okay, Snapper is going to follow.
Thank you.
Lama.
Okay.
To wherever she is. I'm like.
She's over by.
No, I'm moving up.
Okay.
I'm moving up. There we go. Right next to her. And I.
Whoa.
Okay.
What's your perception check?
Yep.
All right. So this isn't. So you and John come to this conclusion almost at the same time. This is not a tree trunk. This is a. Well, the first thing that comes to your mind is well. This is a well. and that someone has sawed off a big section of tree trunk and put it on top.
Like
and
like a cork?
Like, well, not like a cork, but like, so you know how you when you saw off a tree, you could saw it into like those plates as opposed to logs? It looks like someone took a big tree and sawed a plate off of it and then laid that plate over the top of a well or something like a well, and then dripped like, and put like, you know, lichens and branches and shit around it so that it looked like a tree trunk. It's not a tree trunk. It only takes you a couple of seconds. You swipe away some of the sticks and branches, and you see that it's a stone circle that someone has put a wooden cap on top of.
Can the cap be removed?
Yeah, I mean, it's heavy. It's probably a foot thick or half a foot thick. But yeah, I mean, sure. Why? There's no reason why you couldn't remove it.
Snapper, before we do that, let's look around the perimeter and see if there's been any in or out traffic since these guys off themselves.
Did you tell that
Okay.
to Lemon?
I hear that, and I wait because I'd say I'm gonna, if I have to, I will summon an earth elemental and lift this thing off. But I will wait for your instructions.
Lama looks offended. She wants to try. But since she's not allowed to, she's going to put her ear on it and listen.
Okay. Give me a perception check, Lama. Give me a perception check. John Heil, you are looking through the campsite for oddities.
For any incoming or outgoing traffic. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
25. All right. So, Lama, you're listening at the wood. Can't hear anything.
I put my ear literally on the wood.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can't really hear anything.
Okay.
John,
Looking, I kind of shove at it to see if it moves at all.
you kind of shove it. Give me a strength check when you get a moment.
See if I can move it.
Yeah, give me a strength check. Just kind of, give me a strength check to see if you can like sort of shove it. John Heil, you look through, and when you start looking for tracks, you realize there's a shitload of tracks all over the campsite. People were here for a while. But the thing that really sort of gets your attention is sort of on the edges, you find an odd sort of print. Obviously, there's a bunch of boot prints and things like that, which you're pretty sure are the guys who were staying here. But on the edges of the campsite, you find also the prints of some sort of webbed feet. It's the only way you can describe them. They're feet, four-toed, with claws, webbed in the middle. And frankly, the size of them indicates that whatever this creature is, it's medium size. It's man-sized. But the feet, no boots, claws, webbed, four-toed.
On 4 feet or 2 feet?
2 feet.
Did it move?
I'm sorry?
Did it move, the cap?
What'd you roll? 18? Scooched a little. You kind of like, you should kind of like push it over a little bit. And you can maybe sort of move out, and it's maybe 6 inches. As you sort of like, and you sort of like peer. I mean, are you peering down in there?
Yeah, but there's no. I'm being real like subtle because I'm not supposed to be doing this, but I don't know what to do.
Give me a perception check.
how far away from water are we, Les?
Where you are right now, not far. There's a patch of water over here, 100 feet maybe.
Can I track those webbed feet?
Yeah, give me a survival check.
We're 55 feet from the river.
15, Lama. You hear what sounds like sniffling. A little bit of like a sound like this. Very faint.
Hey, Snapper. There's
11, but I do have scent, so I can use that. I'm not sure what the bonus is for that.
So far away. I mean, yeah, you're not sure. I mean, they sort of. I mean, you see a couple of things that indicate that maybe they're headed for the river, but you can't. I mean, you can't physically track them to the river. The tracks just aren't there, and the scent is not there either. It's been a while. You realize that. I mean, you're you cognizantly know that it rains every day like a deluge. Any scent after a day or two is going to be gone.
I say, "Psst, there's somebody whimpering down here." I'm seeking drama of the violent kind.
All right.
Days of our lives.
So you guys look over and you see that Lama has scooched this giant tree trunk section off of this thing, and she's listening there. And she's like,
"There's somebody whimpering down there."
Somebody's whining, and you're like, "Oh my God, Lama, what have you done?"
Should I move it? I'll ask seriously now. Should I move it? Come on, Phineas. What do you think? Should I move it? Come on. I mean, we got to get rid of these bodies somewhere anyway. We can toss them.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Lama scooches it more.
I don't think you can move it.
I try.
She's already moved it a little bit.
I try some more.
Would you roll?
14.
14. It's heavy. You move it a teeny bit, no more than an inch or two.
Come on, Snapper, help me.
All right. I sit back and I summon a earth elemental.
Okay.
Oh, man.
What does the earth elemental do?
Simply remove or move the
Is it a small, a medium, a large, a gargantuan, an elder?
large.
Large. All right. So this. So you guys are standing there, and you see Snapper's like, and the next thing you know, this enormous mud creature emerges from the earth, and you see Snapper go, "Remove that!" And he points to the thing, and the creature goes, "Oh, master!" And he kind of like stumbles over there, and pieces of like dirt and stuff are falling off him. And he reaches over and he grabs, and it looks like he puts his hands completely through the wood to almost like sort of like lift it up from behind. It's almost like he kind of like, just like locks himself into it. He pulls this huge thing off and throws it off to the side, and it goes cartwheeling into the jungle.
Lama hangs her head and kicks a stone and moves away 5 feet and says, "Show off."
What? So then the earth elemental goes.
As soon as he does that, I thank him and dismiss him.
Okay. He disappears. Yes, master. It's gone. The lid is rolled into the woods. What do you guys do?
Okay, well, I guess I'll go see who's under there.
All right, so you peer in. It's essentially you're looking at it's. You don't think it's a well. It looks like a pit, like somebody dug a pit. There's no water at the bottom, but it is made of stone. And at the bottom, you can see a person who is sort of like in a fetal position, laying down at the very bottom. It's probably 15 feet down. You can see he's got his hands over his eyes as the light, what ambient light there is kind of like flowing in there. And he's making sort of whimpering sounds. He's obviously, it only takes a couple of seconds for you to determine that he's alive.
Would a knowledge check help me figure out who he is? And
I don't know. It's possible, I guess. I mean,
yell down, "Who are you and what are you doing down there?"
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Don't kill me.
Why are you there?
Last time you had that voice, it was a demon, if I remember right.
I'm not a demon. I swear.
Why are you in the hole? Who put you there?
It was a mermaid. It was a mermaid who did this to us, and her lizard people came and murdered everyone. I don't know why. I don't know why she put me here. I don't know why she put me here. But
Just put a rope down there.
are you here to save me? And you see him sort of like, kind of looking up. It's obvious that the light is hurting his eyes.
Why'd she throw you down here and not these guys?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Are you useless?
Sure.
And even worth bringing up? I mean, really.
You could do sense motive on him. Go ahead.
Not me. I don't have a good sense motive.
I was going to throw a rope down there. Let's try to get him out of it.
Okay. Rope. Yes. And he sort of like climbs himself. He looks debilitated. I mean, you can see he's obvious. I mean, but 7. That was your roll. That was
Goes along with
Just
stealth.
a sense motive. Yeah.
Oh, that's a sense motive. He seems completely debilitated. Frankly, you're worried he's going to be able to climb up the rope. I mean, frankly, he is he's malnourished. You can see that he has been living down here for a while.
Woo.
12, that's solid.
That was Llama's sense motive.
As far as you can tell, this guy is really in distress. He's a little mental, but you're thinking, man, this guy has been in this hole for what could be as much as 4 days and potentially a week. It's obviously he's been living down there. There's urine, there's feces. He's emaciated. He hasn't eaten. You don't know what he's been drinking for water. Frankly, this guy has looked. He's like. Ugh.
Can you climb out, or you need help?
He grabs a rope and he's like, I don't think I can make it. Please help me. Please help me get out.
I don't think I got levitated or anything like that.
He has black hair, dark eyes, and generally just he looks chilaxian.
Can Mama just pull him out with
Tie the
string?
rope around your waist, then we'll pull you up.
I can do that. And he begins sort of like weirdly nodding shit around his waist. You're hoping they be like, okay, I'm ready. Please help me out.
Mama says, leave this shit down there. Just tie yourself up.
You mock me. You mock me. Why? I've done nothing. So he does get the thing wrapped around his waist and ties a serviceable knot. You are able to sort of like haul him up. It takes a couple of minutes because he's a mess. He can't really help. And you finally get him the thing. You drag him out, and you grab a hold of him, John, and he weighs maybe 100 pounds, 120 pounds. It's only when you get your hands on him. He's got clothes on, disgusting sort of like clothes covered in filth. He's lost a lot of weight. He may clock in at 120, but that's given a thing. He has lost a shitload of weight.
Snapper is casting detect magic.
Okay, on the guy.
Yes, there's something odd
just
about
in general.
all of this, and yes, on the guy.
Okay.
While he's doing that, Llama's going to walk back over to the river and just kind of look up and down the river. Make sure that no one's sneaking up on us. Perception.
Okay.
I will roll a perception check.
Okay, you do detect magic. I'm assuming you do the full 3 rounds.
Yes.
So he does radiate magic. He radiates magic from the enchantment school, and it does. He doesn't radiate evil per se. But the spell, whatever magic is inhabiting him, radiates evil.
All right. Kill him.
Time up.
Well, now wait a second. He doesn't radiate evil. The magic radiates.
Snapper says,
Kill him!
kill him!
Wait, what are you talking about? I don't know who you guys are. Well, come on. I
Covered
didn't
in
even.
evil magic. What's going on?
Well, I think it's.
10,
I
9.
think it's the mermaid. I think it's. I think the mermaid did something to me. They put me down here. Please don't do this.
What do you mean the mermaid?
He drops to his knees and he's got his hands like, please don't do this. I've done nothing. I don't know what happened.
5.
So I'll ask the magic 8-ball, should we believe him?
All right. Should we believe him?
Did you see
Can you rephrase that question while I get the 8-ball stuff out?
Is he being honest?
Is he being honest? Hold on a second.
What, you don't trust our 8 and 12 on sense motive?
I do. Those are solid.
Concentrate and ask again.
So he's being somewhat honest, but not totally honest, is my guess.
The 8-ball is very enigmatic.
Yes. My guess is he's somewhat telling the truth.
Did I hear anything at the river last?
Can we save him?
I rolled 21. Did I hear anything? Do I see anything over there?
Hear anything by the river?
Uh-huh.
No, nothing.
Okay. I'm going to go back and tie this guy up. Just tie his hands behind his back.
Wait, no, that hurts. I haven't.
Kill him!
What are you doing?
Let's feed him some sluggo.
Who's Sluggo?
It's like gruel.
Oh, gruel. Okay.
Yeah, I gave him some water.
He guzzles that water down like it's the first water he's seen in 4 or 5 days, and then he immediately throws it back up. You're like, hey, slow down, buddy. You've been hurt. He takes a few more sips and he does keep those down. He's like, do you have any food? Do you have any food? I haven't eaten.
Tell him about the mermaid first. We want to know about the mermaid.
It was the mermaid that destroyed our camp. My companions. And he kind of looks around and he's like, what happened here? My friends are all dead. My friends.
Why were you thrown in the well? In the hole? Why'd you throw you in the hole?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Are you a magic user?
I don't remember being thrown in the well. I'm a magic user. I don't.
Kill him!
I don't know.
What's your name?
Let's give him some jerky or
My name. Wait a second. Wait a second. I know this. My name is Lang. Lang is my name.
that name sounds familiar.
My name is Lang. Yes. That is my name.
Give him some lambus.
We show him the notes.
Feed him first and then show him the notes.
What are these? What are these notes? I don't understand.
Tell us about the stones.
Okay. Let me see them. Let me look at them. He kind of looks. He's like, these notes. He kind of looks at them. He's like, these notes have my name on them, but I have no idea who these people are. I don't know any Gorm or Dolmer or Weirin. Weirin I know. Weirin is a name I know. Lichten is a name I know. I know that name. I don't know any of these people. I don't remember writing this. This doesn't even look like my handwriting. I I just don't know.
Where'd the mermaid come from? What happened? Tell us the story. Tell us the story.
Let's feed him a little bit and cast a light cure on him, and then plug him for information.
The mermaid came. We heard her voice. She was being attacked. And you know, we went to help, and then I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything after that until I heard you guys up above me in the dark, and then then suddenly there was light and the rope and that's all I remember. All I remember is that we went to go see the mermaid. We went to go help her. We went to go rescue her. But that's the last thing I remember.
Snapper, you getting any more from the detect magic after the rounds or so?
You're definitely getting an enchantment school, an evil underneath that, and he's radiating magic. Now, let me rephrase. To you as a spellcaster, it looks like something has been cast on him that has an evil enchantment. He personally is not radiating any magic per se.
All right, I'll share that with Snapper.
Yeah, I shared that with the party.
Do you have any dispel or anything like that? Right, I don't have anything like that.
Do you remember going to the place of the stones?
Place with the stones. What I mean, no. What are you talking about? Where are we? I have no idea where we are. Where are we?
Why would she keep him?
Well, who's she?
The mermaid. She's coming back for you. I think she.
Oh no! I no! You gotta keep the mermaid away from me. You have to keep her away from me. You'll do that for me, right? You'll keep her away.
If you can help us, but you're not giving us any.
I'm trying to help as much as I can. I just don't know anything. I wish I did. I wish I knew everything. I tell you everything I know.
Let's just feed him and get him to a safe spot.
I don't know. I don't know what she.
Snapper
just keep
says,
the mermaid away.
I can dispel magical effects.
What?
That might work.
What do you think? What do you mean magical effects? Is there something wrong with me? Am I enchanted? What's wrong? What?
Like
What are you going to do to me? I mean, are you going to kill me? Is that what it's going to do? Is it going to kill me?
Fear not. Yig will bring you salvation.
Are you Yig?
Yig is my god.
Llama snorts quietly and gives him a look like, yeah, count on that, buddy.
You guys are going to kill me. Because you kill me, are you? It's because I don't know anything. It's because I don't know. I'm sorry. I wish I could help you. I just don't know. I just don't know. Don't kill me. I do anything to help you. I look in his
pockets. I look in his pockets. Is there anything in his pockets?
Ooh, thank you. No, completely empty. He's wearing, it's obviously that he's wearing he's wearing sort of like traveling clothes, but they're covered in filth, ripped. There's blood on them that you think is not his blood. It's.
Blood on him, I think, is not his.
But
blood.
he has literally nothing on him. In his
all right, so I want to feed him and cast a hypnotism spell.
Okay.
Ooh. That sounds fun.
So you guys make him some food, and he's like, "Oh, thank God, thank you." And he like shovels it, and you can see you're worried that he's going to throw up again, but he does. You can see him sort of like physically slow himself, even though he wants to eat fast. You see him slow down, and You know, he's like, I want to make sure my stomach has it, and you know, he gets about, yeah, I mean, if you give him like a bowl of stew or gruel or something, he gets about halfway through it, and you can see him starting to get like really sleepy, and he's like, oh, oh God, thank you so much for the food. I haven't eaten
a bath in the river?
in many days.
Seriously, Lama's going to ask him that. Would you like to take a bath in the river?
No. What, the river? No, I don't want to go anywhere near the river. Do we have to go to the river? She's there. The mermaid is there. You guys gotta stay away from the river. No, please.
Like I said, I feed him and then I cast hypnotize.
All right, so hypnotize.
And I want to ask him, or anyone can ask him any question, and I hypnotize him to answer honestly.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me look at the spell. Yeah, you fill the minds of creatures with euphoric thoughts. So you actually, and frankly, there's no saving throw that he's going to make at this point. So he's sort of like, you start doing a little strumming, a little looting, and he's like, he's got food in him, and you can see him sort of just like, he's like, kind of like a vegetable lasagna.
What did the mermaid? What did the mermaid want of you?
I don't know. She didn't speak to me.
Who did she speak to?
She came amongst us. We were worried. We wanted to help her. She talked to my superiors in the consortium, and they decided that we would help her. And that's I don't remember much after that.
So who are the superiors in your consortium, and who is the mermaid, and where can we find her?
The mermaid came out of the water. My consortium, you know, he says a couple of names. He's like, they're right there. And he points to a couple of dead people. That's them. I don't know why they killed themselves.
Down the hole. Do you remember?
I don't remember. I
Why'd she pick you out?
tried to help in the fight, but it didn't work.
I say we go fishing.
I don't know why.
Amen. Agree.
With him as bait?
Don't know why I was in the hole.
I don't think at his weight he's very good bait.
She put me in the hole. For later. She said for later. She said for later.
For later.
No,
Now
don't know why.
I say we go fishing.
Let's do it.
He kind of comes awake and he's like, oh, I'm so exhausted. I'm just gonna lay down if you guys are okay with that. I don't want to do anything to provoke you. I mean, you guys have saved my life, and I'm appreciative. I'm just so tired. I just want to lay down.
Did she attack you on the raft?
What?
She attacked you on the raft. Were you on the raft?
I remember us disembarking. We had to walk through the jungle to somewhere. God, I don't remember. No, we left the raft. We tied it up. We needed the raft to get back. We tied it up at the thing. We had to walk across the jungle.
I want to do a knowledge local check to see if I know anything about mermaids in this area and what I know about them.
Sure.
19.
So from your point of view, I mean, mermaids are really more of an ocean issue. You do know that there are mermaids in certain lakes and rivers. Your suspicion is what this guy interpreted as a mermaid is probably a nereid, which are much more common. Nereid. They are a fey water sprite. Very much can be misinterpreted as a mermaid. They tend to be female. They tend to charm people into the water to take advantage of them or keep them, capture them. You suspect it's a nereid that he saw because you're pretty far from the ocean, and mermaids are ocean creatures, saltwater.
Okay, I convey that to everyone else. And yeah, so this could be a nereid. And do I know anything about nereids?
Nothing specific other than they're fey. They tend to be territorial. They don't tend to be evil per se, more neutral than anything. They do like, however, to capture mortal men and bring them into the water. But in this case, I mean, you've never heard of a nereid causing mass suicide.
Okay.
That's well out of the remit of what you've been given to understand about nereids.
Okay, so I suggest we go find this nereid and see if we can figure out what's going on.
Well, it's got something to do with the stones that they had.
So
I'm
if
sure.
she's got the stones, we either kill her and take them.
That's
or
what we're
trade
looking for, right, Les? That we were looking for some kind of demon stone or something like that?
Right. Demon-infused stones from a place called the Drowning Stones, which you have not seen yet.
Well, if I was a drowning stone, I would go to water.
So they went on an expedition, right, Les? Maybe we need to try to track where they went.
They brought the stones back though, because one guy thought he had them all and everybody else had some too.
Yeah, I didn't track well. Maybe I'm going to try to get Llama to track the Mermaid Prince. And at the same time, we need to try to track where they went to, because there was another site they went off of this place where they were camping, right? That had the stones or whatever. They had an expedition.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you want to look for tracks?
We're going to look for tracks for where they were going and where the mermaid went. Yes.
Okay. Let me know which tracks you're looking for first. Excuse me.
Okay,
all right.
So mermaid first, then their track second. That was Llama.
All right. So you don't find any mermaid tracks, although you do find a single track right about here. You see where where I'm notifying?
Mm-hmm.
You do find a single track right about there of, those
the four-toed web feet.
Yeah, the four-toed web feet. You find a single track there heading to the north towards the water. Just one track of that web foot that comes there. Now the 18, you find a fair amount of booted feet moving to the east, which you through the jungle, which you suspect are the guys who are the dead guys here.
Where
You look at their boots and they match.
Where Llama saw the bubbles before, just gonna go back and look.
All right, give me a perception check. You don't see any more bubbles, just a sluggish river kind of moving down towards you. You don't see anything of real substance.
I don't have, Phineas, do you have knowledge nature or anything that, with these?
Sure.
Can you
I can do knowledge nature.
determine where they live or how they live? Because I don't have that ability.
28.
Now, what are you guys thinking
Where
about?
the nereids might be, like where they would occupy in a place like this, where they would live or where they would be. Do they like live in trees or?
You're on fire, Phineas.
So, what he knows is nereids are capricious and often dangerous aquatic fae that appear as strikingly beautiful women, often seen bathing unclothed in the water. Sailors have met their doom following a nereid, although a Nereid's beauty is otherworldly, her watery kiss is death. Others seek out Nereids, for if one can secure control over the creature's shawl, the cloth can be used to force their compliance. A Nereid forced to obey in this manner immediately attempts to slay their master as soon as she can secure the shawl. This, beyond that, I mean...
So they live in the water, probably.
They live in the water. So in this case, what Phineas would tell you is that Nereids tend to be freshwater fae as opposed to deep water or saltwater fae. So it wouldn't be extraordinary for a Nereid to live here. Hold on a second.
So we're red shirts. Let's go fishing.
Well, I'm on the phone.
Yeah, I mean, I think whatever stones they were looking for, it seems like they found them, and it looks like probably the mermaid taking them. So tracking where those guys went is probably not going to get us much, but maybe the mermaids, if we track them, or the mermaid.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Kill her or trade with her.
Yeah. We're going to try to find where the mermaid's at, less in the water.
No, but we can dangle this guy in the water. I like
I don't think he's much of a meal right now.
The enchanted weekend the guy in the water. Good Lord.
So, Lama, you're at the water's edge, and you do not see anything at all extraordinary. I mean, it's just the water flowing past you, the occasional bubble from a fish. That's it. Yeah, I mean, far off in the distance, you might see, what you suspect might be the nostrils of a croc, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Unless I'm going to cast mage armor on myself.
Okay.
Just to have that done with.
I'll walk up along the river and just do some perception checks. See if I see anything.
Perception's better than fire. It's 8.
Oh, that would be that'd be a 12, not a 9.
No, you don't really see much.
Yeah.
I mean, everything looks fine. Honestly, it looks calm.
24 look good?
Yeah.
Yeah. One more. 27?
Yes.
Roll Phineas now.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you see, with a 27, you see that there are what you suspect might be a croc or a lizard kind of moving around underneath the surface of the water, but you don't see anything that resembles a Nereid in any way.
Snapper, do you got a summon elemental left where you can?
Yeah. Well, I got all my spells.
That's great.
Because I'm gonna be hanging with Llama anyway, I am gonna follow her over to the river's edge and roll a perception check.
Damn.
32?
Yeah.
You don't see anything, but your magical sense, your divine magic, the god of snakes, Yig, is like, be on the lookout. You feel a little uneasy. Something's out there. Can't see it, but you can feel it.
I convey this concern to Llama.
I take out my sword and I back 5 feet off the water.
Phineas, give me a perception check.
Okay.
So Phineas, you and the guy are still in camp. Everybody else has kind of moved off.
25.
So Phineas, you to the south, you hear a something's coming.
Head north, Phineas, about.
Hello, kitty.
Huh.
They hear it from a different side.
south. In your jacked up map, that's the west. You can't just mess with us. You got to mess with you too.
You're right. It's the west. You can smell animal coming from the west, and in the distance you see a big, what looks like a boar, like a huge boar with tusks, and it's kind of like sort of like coming in here. You think that, oh man, all this blood has attracted these guys.
I thought it was you till you mentioned the tusks.
They are coming towards you. I think we should roll for initiative, shall we?
Oh.
Yes, we shall.
My turn to roll it.
25.
Damn.
Okay.
Like not roll well tonight.
Okay, so do an initiative. You want to click on your character, llama, and then do.
It's not how you did it.
Hmm?
It's not how you did it before.
No, initiative is because we want to do it in the turn order.
Yeah, how do you do that?
And then click on his. The
Unbelievable.
thing that,
Are you sure you have anything in there? Any pluses or anything?
yeah, I got 3, you got 1. Don, I think Don set up this, right, Les?
Yeah, he set up those
He's got a formula.
macros. Yeah, the macros.
Roll 20 to make it.
It's all in there.
Snap, what'd you get? 7?
7.
Solid.
Yeah.
0? Why is he 0?
Who did I miss?
Wow, I'm actually.
Same with John Heil. Andrew.
I rolled a 25.
Shut up, really?
Yeah. Should I shut up or confirm?
No, I guess it's fine.
Shut the
25. Okay.
Can you reorder that, Les? Heil should
Yeah,
do
I
it.
will.
Is that just, it doesn't do it automatically?
There we go. No, it doesn't do it automatically.
I just didn't know.
All right. All right. So I think that's everybody. Phineas, you are first. So you see these what are huge boars coming through the woods. They can smell the blood. You can hear them sniffing. They see you and they're like, oh, fresh. And the guy behind you is like, no, I don't want to get eaten.
So,
We're in a circle where you take off our. What do you got going on there?
what do I know about these boars?
Well, they look like boars. They're huge, though.
So I'm at a party, and they're circling.
Exactly. Well, there looks to be like at least 2 of them are sort of like coming into the campsite. They've rumbled the massive amounts of blood here, and they're coming in. Now they're seeing not only is there a ton of blood here and a ton of dead meat, but there's some fresh meat as well.
All right. Well, I will cast blindness on this guy.
All right.
And move.
Is it a will save?
Move.
Yes, indeed. What's the saving throw on that? The DC, as you will.
Yes, 16, but I don't know if that's increased with my level.
Probably has. Doesn't matter. I missed it. So you cast blindness, and this guy is like, he's blind. So he can't.
And I let
see.
everybody know that dude's blind as a bat.
So how long does that last?
Okay. Let me look that up.
Okay.
Let's suffice it to say it'll probably be for the next round or 2.
Okay.
So, meaning we can move on while I look it up.
Get you. All right, sir.
Ooh, you got a move action. Move north. But not 25 feet. Who said that? Was that the boar?
I don't know, some crazy person, probably.
They put so it can eat you.
I want your +2.
Okay.
Duration is permanent.
Permanent?
Yep.
All right.
What?
That's what it says.
Okay.
Range medium 100 feet plus 10 foot per level. One living creature. Duration permanent. Saving throw, fortitude, negates, spell resistance, yes.
Okay. All right. So he is blinded and is now lashing about. My turn.
Don't you ask, do you move?
What?
Don't you normally ask, do you move?
Yeah, did you move?
Oh, did I move?
You have a move action, Phineas. You can go
Move wherever
30
you
feet.
want.
Maybe?
30 feet north?
Sure. How many spaces can I move?
These are 5, so
What's
6?
your range of movement?
6 spaces? Or 30?
Oh, God, Llama's all the way over there.
That's what I'm saying.
She's my default hiding spot. All right, well, so I'm within her. Everyone's within range, so I move there.
Okay.
Because I still have lingering inspire courage.
Not at this point. You guys have been around here for a while.
Oh, really? We lost it?
Yeah.
Well, then
Oh.
Yeah, he'd have to start singing again.
Okay.
Take it off.
I will move.
By all means. Move.
Okay. My turn.
Doug, you have 12 minutes to make it to the new year, man. You can do it. You got this, Doug.
Both of those boars are charging their various attackers. One is charging that guy. He's going to try and gore him with his gorers. Ooh, he takes a gore to the face. Ooh, jeez. Okay.
Gore.
Let's save. Oh, God. All right. Hold on a second. Let me just roll something real quick.
Republican.
Oh, bad gore. It's good.
All right. So, Phineas, you're hustling the other direction. But you look back and you see the guy that you guys pulled out of the thing. The boar gets him, gores the shit out of him, and then you see him sort of like toss him back, and the guy is like, the boar has like spikes on his back, like a stegosaurus, and you see the guy's like, as the spikes are like, he is spiked to the back of this giant dire boar, who is continuing to run as this guy bleeds all over the place.
What a way to go.
The other one charges John Hyle
It's better
and
off than
tries to gore him. 24 gore ya?
Nope.
Nope. So you see him like, and that wickedly curved tusk comes right around back, and you're like, whoa, that's not going to work for me. It's your turn, John Hyle.
All right. So I'll do a full attack on the one in front of me. Claw.
21, 23, 17. Hold on a second. Boars. Yeah, all 3 of those are going to hit.
Nice.
Okay. Oh, hell. I have a new ability with my new level.
Okay.
So,
I'm intrigued.
okay,
12 points.
that's the bite.
Okay.
6. That's
Okay.
2 claws. So
Okay.
24, 33.
33.
2d6 bleed damage. And 2d6 acid damage.
Damn. Definitely leveled up.
How much? So 2d6 acid, so that's another 8. All right,
Yeah,
so
6 bleed.
so you see, so Lama and Snapper, you guys are in, actually all of you are sort of in a position to see John Heil, who is sort of like blended with his fox. He just is like, this boar comes charging up, it's like, grum, 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 and it's like, you know, hurting and hollering. And you see John Heil kind of like do some like magical shit, and all of a sudden like claws come out, teeth come out, and he just is like on this thing like. You see him ripping chunks out of this creature. He's biting him. There's acid. The boar is squirting blood all over the place because Heil hit some sort of artery or something like that. It backs off, sort of like squawks a little bit, and then falls over with the acid smoke.
So does acid cauterize? Would it be spurting blood or?
It is well, it's spraying blood from another area.
Oh.
The acid is all sort of over the back. He's like ripping, but at the same time, John Heil just like rips it to pieces, and it's you know, its guts are all out on the floor, and it sort of staggers around a little bit as this white smoke is coming off of it. And between all of these things, it staggers a little bit, and then just like falls over. Hold on a second.
Acid doesn't cauterize anyway. Heat cauterizes.
Yeah, acid is not. It's actually eating into there. So I mean, it's just like it's throwing a bunch of like blood and guts all over the place because one of those claws just like disemboweled it. And yeah, it's dead. It's just taken me a second to get to the point where I can actually turn the thing off.
That says impressive, John Heil. I am totally impressed with that. I don't even know if I can move.
So it staggers a couple of steps back and then falls to the ground. Lama, you are up. Now, if you wanted to impress John Heil, there's another blind boar here who is sort of noodling around in the bushes. And then another one which has thrown that guy you pulled out of the pit sort of on its back. So he's all spiked on the back of this boar who is like goring him incessantly.
I'm ranged.
And he's like screeching.
Yeah, go front. I'm looking at where you move. Because usually.
40. Yeah. The effect, the range
That's
effect.
8.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Looks like we made it. Is this it?
No, it's the one thing. I think.
No, it's this. Doink doink. Sorry. Hey, look at that. All right. I'm like, John, I don't know if I can beat that, but let me give this guy a whack. And he only a single whack.
All right. His AC is very low considering he's blind. He's sort of like looking around. So what are you fighting him with?
I am hitting him with my bastard sword.
Okay. .22 is easily going to hit. You bring that sword down squarely on his back for 12 solid points of damage, which I don't think anybody would ever criticize, even though it was minimum damage.
Yeah, not impressed. I'll just not.
Kind of, your sword gets stuck on the spike. So these creatures have like spines on their back. And it just sort of like gets caught in there, and you can't hit it as hard as you would. Snapper, where are you? You're on the river's edge. Give me a perception check. You see something very interesting. You see what looks to be a beautiful woman edge out of the lake, and she seems to be sort of like frightened of something, so she's edging backwards, sort of not onto the not on the ground, but she's still very much in the water. But she's looking around. She's not looking at you. She's looking around at various places, and you could see her sort of like, sort of like, stay away. Beautiful woman. Absolutely beautiful.
Llama will say, there you are.
You don't see her, Llama.
How can I not see her? She's 20.
There's a giant set of bushes and trees in between you and her. And plus, you guys are fighting like wild boars. Snapper's the only one really in a position to see her. Even John Heil, where he is not really looking that way.
What do you say, Snap?
Your turn, Snappy A.
Got 3 minutes of 2019.
No, I communicate what I'm seeing to the party.
What do you yell out? Oh shit! There's a beautiful woman in the river.
I yell, she's mine.
Hold on! I have to take off my clothes. I'll investigate. What do you do? So you yell out. What? What do you yell out?
I have to think about this.
There's a handsome woman in the river. I shall investigate. Tell my mother I loved her.
I yell out, there is a woman in the river that I must investigate.
Oh my gosh. This is how you're going to close up the new year or the old year?
Yep. And I run toward the river.
Oh boy. Yep, he's charged.
Okay. So you say, there's a woman in the river I must investigate, and you run towards the river. So show me where you're running. You're running towards her? You just like dive in like cannonball?
Yeah.
Okay.
There I am.
Yep. So you're just like running over there. So you're getting into the river, or you stay on the bank?
Bank.
All right. So you're just sort of like behind her. I'm going to move you over here because I don't think there's enough room over there. So I'm gonna move you to there. So you look over to her, and the closer the closer you get, the more wonderfully beautiful this river woman seems. She's got this sort of like very sort of see-through, translucent kind of like cloth shawl that she's wearing, but otherwise she appears to be almost completely naked, and she's like obviously afraid of something in the river. And she's like, no. She doesn't even seem to notice you coming up behind her. Do you say anything? Like, hello?
No, I do not.
Hello, darling. Okay.
I am getting ready to strike a killing blow.
On the girl?
That's what I'm preparing.
What do you get, the river?
All right. I mean, you guys are just terrible. All right. So that's Snapper preparing a killing blow. Phineas.
Happy New Year.
Hey, are we making? Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. Hey.
Roast.
Nazaparova.
I guess I'm going to need to sing Inspire Courage.
Okay.
Email. Text Morgan.
So while I find this, while I find the Inspire Courage music, Anybody doing anything different in 2020, or are we pretty much going the same place we're going? Because frankly, I'm not doing anything.
No, life is good. Why change?
Yeah, exactly. Why be stupid?
Life could be better.
Yeah.
I would strive for that, but appreciative.
All right, Phineas, you moved and you're inspiring courage.
Yeah, but not Eye of the Tiger. Maybe Barry Manilow looks like we made it.
Okay, hold on. One moment, please.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. Oh, well, never mind. That's awful. I like The Flight of the Valkyrie. That was a good one.
Like that one. All right. So, see, that's the problem of dealing with a bard. They're always like, well, I don't like this. I don't like that. You know,
Like
Eye of the
being
Tiger is played.
It's just like being married.
It really is. Okay. All right. So, Phineas, you've planted yourself next to the dead body of the boar, and you've begun.
Yeah, I'm basically
courage.
wearing it as a shawl, and by shawl I mean like body armor.
Okay, gotcha. So you crawled underneath this dead boar.
Like, yeah, in Star Wars, where, you know, lightsabers open
the Tauntaun, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, boar's turn. This blind one is going to try and fight Llama. It is, however, blind, so it is going to suffer some significant penalties, not the least of which is a 50% miss chance. So 14, that is a miss anyway. It tries to gore you as it's like, it knows you're there, Llama, but it can't reach you. This one has this guy, so he's going to do extra damage, and then he's going to run out here and run towards John Heil. They can only run 40, so he's going to go about to there. You can see he has a guy impaled on his spines on the back, which he's just running with as he comes towards you.
Nice touch, Wes.
Huh?
Nice touch, having the guy continue to be on his back.
Oh, yeah. All right, John, you are up.
All right, so can I move through Snapper and these trees to get within 10 feet of the Nereid?
You go to the Nereid, yeah, absolutely.
So I can go to there?
Sure.
Okay, that was a move action. I'm going to try to grab, based on Phineas's lore that he told me, I'm going to try to grab her shawl.
All right, so you're going to reach out and grab her shawl?
Because I want to see her little titties.
Give me, oh, it's going to be a great new year. Give me a, was that well, it'll be a titty check.
Poor Doug, he missed that.
Give me a grapple check. Or a ranged touch, really.
Ranged.
No, it's not a ranged touch, it's an actual touch attack.
Yeah, so that would, I mean, that's going to be hers, right? I just need to roll an attack to, let's see.
Yeah, basically.
So a melee attack, essentially. Right, not a grapple, a melee attack?
Not a grapple, melee attack.
Do it. Mm.
21. Okay. Hold on a second. A couple of things are going to happen. All right. So you reach out.
Did you add the +2 for the Inspire Courage?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, it's, you know, if you're reaching out to steal a shawl from a Nereid, courage is one of the things you don't need. All right, she's gonna do that. All right, so you reach over and you're like sort of in combination like fox person.
And I'm doing reach, so I'm 10 feet away.
You're 10 feet away. So you reach out with one of your long ass fox arms and you hook you hook that shawl that she has and just sort of like whoosh, and flip it over, and sort of flip it backwards, and she's bare ass naked at this point. At which point she kind of like looks very calmly and looks around at you and smiles with her beautiful body sort of just like shown, in the whole thing. And frankly, you're going to need to make a will save.
Being a stunned, stupid mofo who's gonna fall on his ass. Glorious.
21, that's it?
Yep, that's it.
All right,
Yeah.
so you hear her voice, which is just absolutely lovely, and you can't take your eyes away from her. You look at her body, and then you look at her eyes and her body again, and you're just like, you're whooped, and you can see her just sort of mouth the words, "Your friend is irritating me. I wish you would do something about it." At which point you look at Snapper and you're like, "Oh, fuck yeah, I'm going to do something about it."
Wait, he can read her lips saying something like that?
Yep. I'll be right back.
That's pretty complicated, considering deaf people with training can pick up 40%.
Apparently your lure is not right either, because I got her shawl and now I'm charmed.
Well, charming or charmed?
He's charmed him, and now he is trying to kill Snapper.
Oh.
Doug, you're going to die.
Oh boy.
Don't die, Doug. Please, Doug, don't die.
Doug looks like Santa Claus with a t-shirt in that outfit.
Well, I do have a charm animal or calm animal scroll I can use.
You can do very subliminal stuff. We are literally talking into his eardrums.
Yeah,
Doug,
I could.
you need to cut a mohawk into your hair this year.
This year is going to be the best year
A mohawk.
So it's
I'm
less
listening
about
now.
reading lips. It's more about like he just hears her voice in his head and in his ears saying, "Your friend is bothering me. Please solve this problem for me." And you're just like, "Oh, absolutely, I'm going to solve this problem for you." You look at Snapper and you're like, "It's time to go. It's time for that priest to go." And so that's John. So Lama, you're up.
I am going to run between these two.
Now you have not heard any of this, so you don't know this is going on.
I know.
You can't just run in between them and break up a fight that you don't know what's happening yet.
Friendly square. I can move right into a friendly square. You've said that a million times.
I can, but it seems awfully convenient from a metagaming standpoint.
I just bull rushed in between them to hit her. I guess I can go around.
So you're just cracking on a beautiful woman that you don't know anything about.
I'm not an idiot. We know she's going to be beautiful. She's a Nereid. The weird guy out of the hole's been talking about her. Well, that's so bizarre. We're joined at the hip. We're joined. Les.
Click on the blue thing up above. See, you got it grouped. There you go.
I didn't group us. Okay. I wasn't really metagaming. I'm just attacking her because I know she's bad. We know we're looking for a mermaid.
She doesn't look bad. She's not a mermaid.
Whatever. She looks like something that could be construed as a mermaid.
She's an adorable fae.
Yeah, way too pretty.
She doesn't.
Oh, 31 is a hit.
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't get 2 hits, or then I could have maybe really hurt her. This is just going to piss her off.
What'd you roll?
18. Leave my boys alone.
18. Hold on a second. 18. Okay. So you slash at her, and
Wait. I rolled a 31 to hit.
yeah,
18 is my damage.
I'm sorry, 18 is your damage. Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
All right, so you slashed at her, and your sword, she's looking over at John Hyle, and you sort of like into her arm, and she sort of looks down, and she goes, "Oh, that was rude." She takes the sword and she sort of pushes it away, and there's this like tiny cut in her arm that she sort of like smooths over to stop the bleeding.
Nice. Yeah. Phineas.
Hi. Is it my turn?
Not yet. So that's it for you, Lama. Snapper, you're up.
Mohawk. I want a mohawk.
So you have heard this. You've heard this woman say to John Hyle, "Won't somebody rid me of this troublesome priest?" Much like King Henry said to his court, when referring to Thomas Becket. Doug, you there, buddy? Doug! All right, we'll skip over him. Doug!
God, that's great. Doug, you're really going to get that mohawk next time we see you.
Yeah,
Really?
what about it?
Play.
You're up, buddy.
You're about.
Snapper's up. So you have heard this woman say to Hyle, "Won't somebody rid me of this troublesome priest?" And Hyle is just sort of like, and looked over at you, and you could see his claws, those vulpine claws extending outward from his hands. And you're, frankly, a little worried. What are you going to do?
I'm thinking.
I know it's hard.
Lordy.
It's always hard to try new things.
Oh, that picture looks behind your head, like illuminated with the computer screen. It looks completely different.
That one?
No, behind Gordon's head.
Oh.
I picked up a picture of old cobblestone street in Belleville that looks
Nice.
really cool when it's underlit like that here, but there it looks kind of neon, scary, cray-cray.
It does look weird on the camera. But you never know. All right, so Snap, you're going into retreat there?
No.
Looks like a retreat. All right, maybe not a retreat.
Have you been drinking, Doug?
No.
Diet.
I have to admit, I was sleeping, for crying out loud.
The aspartame is starting to get to you.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh my God. All right.
All right, so what do you do, bud?
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, I attack.
All right. So you're attacking John Hyle,
Yep.
right? Okay, perfect.
Sam.
You're attacking John Hyle?
Well, it should, because John Hyle's about to attack him.
Dude, that's
Oh
not a
my
battle you're gonna win.
God. That doesn't make sense. Why would you attack him? Wouldn't you think that maybe perhaps the evil, beautiful woman? No one ever blames the evil, beautiful woman.
Nope, you're right.
That is true.
God damn the evil, beautiful
If reincarnation is a thing,
yeah.
I want to come back as an evil, beautiful woman.
I'm coming back with a 9-inch dick. Yep.
See, it's just like we're trading lives at this point.
Yeah, that's right, Les. We'll do that. I love our illusions.
All right, anyway, I'm attacking.
Okay, go for it. You're attacking her. Hit it. Go ahead and roll.
I'm never going to do dishes on a holiday again.
The suspense is killing me, Doug.
I know.
I don't know if we're allowed to play New Year's Eve anymore. I don't know if we've
We've been at it for over 4 hours.
Natural
so
20, buddy.
Natty 20. All right. So roll to confirm.
I do not confirm.
You did not confirm. All right. Go ahead and roll a regular old attack roll. So you hit her. What the hell is that? Is that your damage? Or is that your second attack?
Second attack.
All right. That is a miss.
You don't have any pluses, bro?
Oh,
You'll need a whole bunch of them.
Mr. Sandman.
Got damage for me, bud?
I will in a minute.
All right. While he's cooking that up, Phineas, what do you have for me?
I am going to cast a charm monster
On
on that handsome monster.
John Heil.
Well, he is pretty handsome, but he's not quite as buxom. So I'm going to go with the buxom finned lady.
All right, charm monster. So that's a will save, correct?
Damn it. Let me pull that up again.
I am certain it is a will save.
Probably.
4 points, bud?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. That's it? All right.
That's it.
Let me go ahead and mark those off. Got it. Okay, good. All right, so the will save on the charm monsters, you are like, ooh, I am charming.
That's exactly what I say.
I need a DC. Never mind. I don't need a DC because I rolled a natural 20 on my saving throw. So whatever charm you threw at her, it did not work.
Damn it!
Are you gonna move, or because you have like 2 boars surrounding you, and they're actually moving.
One's dead, and one's
the
blind.
one you're next to, one's blind, but the other one with the dead guy on his back is moving towards you. He wants to eat you too.
Okay. Yeah, I'll, as always, hide behind llama.
All right, so you're gonna run over there by llama. Okay, so you run through the trees over by llama. Okay, perfect. It's her turn, and you see her do a 5-foot step away, and she disappears into the water. She looks at you guys like, I only wanted your help, especially you, John Heil, my shawl holder. And she flashes her boobies at you and then disappears. But at the same time, in various corners, a couple of creatures surface in the water, and they are big lizards that just come like and begin heading towards you guys. They will come aboard, come aground here, and they will come aground here, and each will get a single attack against Llama and one against Snapper.
Oy vey. Oy vey.
Here we go. All right. First check, they are going to bite. Both of them are going to bite. Try and bite you guys. So Llama, 20 to hit.
Miss.
No. Snap, Nat, 20 and a 21 to confirm.
Snapper.
Snap, is that a confirmed crit?
Doug.
So if he falls asleep, does that mean he's missed?
He's certainly immune from criticals.
Doug, you're Mohawk. Awake. Mohawk, man. Mohawk down. You just got critted, dude. What
Doug,
do
are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's your AC, buddy?
Which armor class?
$23.
I did not crit, but it is definitely a hit. So,
Got bit by a lizard.
You got bit by a lizard.
Man thing.
No, just a lizard. It's a giant river lizard. 13 points of damage, Douglas.
All right.
All right, cool. Those are the lizards. The boars, blind boar kind of wanders around this way and gets out to here. He has not figured out where he's supposed to go. The one that has the guy on his back comes rolling through here and attacks John Heil with a quick bite, or a quick gore, I should say. He tries to gore him. 16 is going to miss, I'm sure. He misses, probably because of the weight of the body. And that's it. John Heil, you're up.
I'm not charmed anymore?
You're definitely under the impression that Snapper needs to be put out of his misery.
Is that more important than fighting the lizard or the boar?
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, Snapper is trying to attack that Nereid, which you find to be absolutely offensive. You need to put a stop to that somehow. And the lizard, I mean, he's killed that guy, but it's incidental.
She's in the water, and the boar is attacking me. So,
at the same time, I think you would follow the original sort of idea, which is like you got to stop Snapper. I mean, it doesn't matter that she's in the water. Snapper's going to be in the water in a second anyway.
Okay.
You got to hurt him. Ooh. Any of those hit? Snap? Oh, Snapper's down.
I think he's had like a 22, so I think I actually missed him all 3 times.
I think you did too. All right, so you have missed him all 3 times. Llama.
To the lizard boy on my left.
Yeah, he's trying to nibble you a teeny
Did you
bit.
include the +2 in all of those 3?
19, 17, and 20. Even then, I think I missed him with a 21, so I still think those are misses.
Oh, the +2 is back on. Did you redo the spell? I thought the spell was done.
Yeah, he's still cranking it.
Oh.
Inspire courage, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you got it on your
I didn't
laptop,
put it on there. No, I took it off and I didn't put it back on. 1 and 2.
2 hits. Their AC is 18. So you come back across with. I'm sorry.
20.
It doesn't matter. You still hit.
Oh,
Just
okay.
let me
Never
go.
mind. Sorry.
Yeah, 2 hits.
Drinking all night. Okay, here comes the damage.
Here we go.
Damage says 29.
29. Right. You slash this thing really hard, and it backs off a bit as blood begins to sort of pour out of its skin into the water. But then it comes like roaring back at you. Snapper is effectively out of the game, so we are at the top of the order. I think maybe this is where we call it.
Yeah, it's probably wise.
All right. So lots going on. This will be a great spot to start. We'll start right back in the comment when we go back to B team in a couple of weeks.
How long am I charmed, Les?
Until I tell you different.
Tell Marla we said Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to all you guys. I think 2020 is going to be fantastic. I think there's a couple of things you guys should know about before we break. Gen Con passes go on sale on the 26th. We've had a fair amount of talk. I don't know if you guys have talked a little bit about it, but we're thinking about going back. There's a couple of changes I think we'll make, but we had such a great time. Gordon, I still have your flask. So, we haven't seen each other. So we should get together for dinner, like sometime in January, and just go grab a steak or something. And
I bought a flask to replace that one, so you can.
Oh, shut up! I got like 3 other flasks. I just forgot to bring them.
All right.
So I'm gonna get that back to you. But we should.
No.
But we should grab dinner one of these weekends coming up. We should try to revamp our old once a month dinner dates. I thought that was super fun, and I wish we still did it.
Yeah, we can.
I don't think we have plans to go to Gen Con though.
You guys aren't going to go this year?
I think we came, we saw, we conquered.
It was so immediately. It's weird. Is immediately after Gen Con, we felt the same way. I was like, we would. I don't know that we would ever come back to do this, but I think the after a while, the general consensus was I think we could come back and do this, but we have to do it the right way. And I think we've got a plan. So I think it could work.
Well, fill us in.
All right.
We've got a 10-day trip to Wisconsin, Michigan, Upper Peninsula. And we're going to Mexico this year, and
boy, you guys will be all over the place.
Going to Montreal.
That's awesome. So, Montreal is a fantastic. Have you guys been there before?
Really? No. Can you give us some ideas of things to do?
Well, I was there probably 20 years ago, but it was a great. It's a really old. It's a really interesting old town. They don't stand on ceremony when it comes to French, so you're going to be fine from an English standpoint. It's just a great old town. Are you guys going to go in the fall or the winter?
June.
Okay. So when I was there, it was like December, so snow everywhere. It was just beautiful. But great. I mean, everybody was super nice, and you guys are going to love it.
And there's lots of stuff about it on YouTube.
Is there?
Yeah. It seems like I've never been there. I've been to Toronto 2 or 3 times. I've never been to Quebec.
Love Quebec.
But Montreal is supposed to be incredible.
It's a great city. I had a blast there.
It's an old fort and a lot of good restaurants.
I went to some great bars in Montreal. They're just absolutely fantastic.
Look at that. We're going to have to go to bars.
Take me with you.
Grab Marla. Let's go. I'll give you dates.
All right. Definitely. We'll do that. Because I don't think we're going to do much in the way of vacation this year because we're redecorating the whole damn house, apparently.
We just won this little trip from Hunter Douglas. We wouldn't be going any other reason. It's only like a 3 or 4 day thing up there. So just this random weekend in June. You are more than welcome to join us.
Very cool. I'll have to run it by the missus and see what she thinks.
All righty, Divey.
All right, you guys. Have a great new year. So glad you guys came with me tonight. Super fun. Huh?
Likewise.
Oh. So Andrew, you got to get together with us on a Friday night sometime when you're not doing anything. You got to come by.
I would like to do that.
You got to come by.
Are you local guy, Andrew?
He's in St. Louis.
St. Louis.
We go over and knock on Doug's door and tell him to wake the hell up.
Yeah, just knock on his door. Poor guy. He's had a tough day. All right, we guys. Thanks again. Happy New Year, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right.
Good night.